Among the Hebrews, we find the idea of an apocalyptic king of the East, contained in the prophecies of Isaiah in the book of Revelation. These prophecies were likely the source of the king of the East motif in the writings of the medieval astrologer Nostradamus. In Persia, also during medieval times, the king of the East as a future savior appears in the Rivayats and other works. The savior king is said to come from the direction of Hind or the Indies. So they put Hind, Hind, but in parentheses they put the Indies. That's where Columbus was set to find you. So their savior is coming from this direction. Oh, and China, the Indies and China. So where's Cathay? Where's China? Manage. This is Prester John, installment number 81. Down investigation. All Ahab, all praise to our framer and shaper, a loud one, to our creator. Let's go. Hey, come on and get cozy. It's one of them nights. Come on, spend one of them, great campfire moments with your hot drop. And let's have a good time reading. Back in the book, Quest of the Dragon and Bird Clan by Paul Kakai Manansala on page 49. So the Savior King is said to come from the Indies. In Hebrew literature, Melchizedek, the priest king. Remember Melchi. Zedek, Zoda means priest. So Melchizedek is a part of the priest king or Prester John investigation. You're not just looking for one man. It's not just about, David as you can perceive one David. You're looking for the whole line of Dawids. You're looking for your ancestors. You're looking for your queens. We're about to talk queen mothers. And I mean, we had great rulers of Israel, that were male and female. Oh yeah, you know what I'm saying? And we had bad rulers that were male and female. So, and some stuff was deified after that, and it wasn't on them per se, but some of these people were deified, like Queen Sheba turns into their, Shiva and all these other things, especially when we bring in the Hindu. We say in this Prester John investigation, we combine three major histories: the Mongol history, the biblical history, and the indigenous American history, right? The indigenous truth. We bring all that together. We're popping off. Ping, pow. We're popping off, man. Then you bring in chronology with flamenco. Ping, pow. You popping off. But what you must also got to keep bringing in history, right? Because that has been duplicated as well from you. Now that you know you're in the real big dragon, India superior. The Chinese history has been duplicated from the Israelite in America. The Japanese history, Kapangu is right here. The land of gold is over here. That's what Japan was known for, but where's it at? Kapangu is right here. We showed you on the maps. Go get Prester John number 8. Get the entire playlist. Look out for Prester Pack 2. I said every 20 Prester Johns. First I said 10. I said, now I'm going to extend it to 20. So we got a nice big, bulk of Presterness. Prester pop offness popping off. So the first Prester Pack got 1 through 60. Prester Pack 2 will have 60 through 80. Maybe even 81 on there, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, we'll just keep going like that. So Ahab to you. Make sure you email me We got you music at 432thedrop.com, or leave a comment, let us know what's up. This is very important as we make our way to Prester John 100, that we got all these links, that we got them all documented, and that you got them for your family. You know what I'm saying? You can make copies of it, pop off. This is the one thing you do want to bootleg. You want to bootleg all day the Prester packs and the Ether packs. I want you to copy them things, make your own, do your thing. You know what I'm saying? Just get them out there. We want the information now so we can get the vibration out. All praise to Wa, Ahab from a tribe, Ahab for all the dragons on the wall, and the sponsors at 432thedrop.com. Man, go dig on it, 432thedrop.com. Become a sponsor. Copper Dragon, Silver Dragon, Gold. We're going to talk some more Copper Dragon. We in part 81. Let's go. Melchizedek, priest king, who meets Abraham, modeled after the Sumerian prototype, or the Sumerian prototype could be modeled after the indigenous priest king. That's why you got to bring in the indigenous history with the Hindu history. And you see how the Mongol history play, right? So the name Melchizedek means king of righteousness. The Hebrew Zedek, uprightness, is roughly the equivalent of the word Dharma in India. Again, they're duplicating you because we're talking Hebrew. The Melchizedek is very close in meaning to the Dharma Raja, the title of Yama. In the medieval times, the king of the East becomes the king of the Indies. Where's the Indies? Over there, over here. Come on. And Shahryar, Shahryar, the king of the Indian Islands and China. Whoa, Managa, we just started popping off 81, and we already got a body bag for the illusion. I'm reading this for the first time with you. Look how they're linking in the Indias, the island of the islands of the Indies, the Isles of the Indies. But you thinking China's on the other side of the world, right? The ball, right? Not over here, not in Drop Nation. We know he ain't spinning on no damn ball. You got to get off that ball to see it clearly. Get your orientation so you can put this Prester flow together. All this has to play. The frequency has to play. The indigenous truth has to play. The orientation got to play. And you know the code stays in play, right? That's why we keep the fire burning. Ahab to the fire starters. Let me get this from the beginning of this paragraph. It says, in medieval times, the king of the East becomes the king of the Indies. The model for Prester John, or they have it the other way around. The king of the three Indians, Riyar, the king of the Indian Islands and China. In the 1001 Nights is likely the real-life medieval king of the kingdom known to the Muslims as Zabag and to the Chinese as Sanfotsi. Sanfotsi. That's interesting. That's a little breadcrumb. In the 1000 Nights, likely the real-life medieval king of the kingdom known to the Muslims as Zabag, Z-A-B-A-G. So I've seen that pop up. I haven't dug on Zabag. If you dug on Zabag, hey, you're ahead of me. Leave a comment. Let me know what's up with this Zabag. If you know about this Zabag, let me know about this Zabag, because I want to see how this might be a reflection or some type of situation connected with King, connected with the Promised Land. This was a late Nunsanto rim They spell Nunsato, Susantao, Nusantao. Realm located in the eastern Malay archipelago. Archipelago. I'm going to go right to page 144, talking about the Holy Grail. In medieval tradition, Prester John ruled over the Garden of Eden, which was not so much a mythical place as a mythologized or mythologized. All right. So it was mythologized, or it's a real place. Europeans linked aromatics such as aloes wood, cinnamon, cassia, and ginger with Eden. It was viewed as a type of El Dorado. Cities of gold. Everywhere we're looking, don't we keep... I'm not even trying to run into the cities of gold, but that's all this is about for them. They wanted to find the press. You got all these multiple narratives, right? All the Christians against the Muslim forces over there, or to retake Jerusalem and all this stuff. But they know they're looking for a quote unquote Ethiopian. So they know they're looking for a quote unquote black man, a quote unquote nigga, a real life Naga, to help them fight some more Nagas. Or were they all Nagas? You know what I'm saying? Were they all so-called black people? You got Charles E. Boyd, King Charles, Roman Emperor at the time. He's rocking with the Roman Catholics, and they're at war against other, tribes of the, Moorishness of things, as we know. Obviously they're fighting against the Islam flow and all that, and they're looking for the Prester, who's kind of between both of them, but really has nothing to do with any of them, because he's a Hebrew king. You're talking Dawid, you're talking Solomon and them, right? So all happened, but not back in the BCs. It happened recently. You know what I'm saying? I mean, more recent for us. At the latest, we're looking at like 1200s, 1100s, 1200s, 1300s. So this is a time they call it dark, you know what I'm saying? But it's because it was all dark-skinned, melanated people that were running all these empires, you know what I'm saying? But these were all tribes, the same biblical tribes, the same Mongol tribes. So they're all looking for the Prester. Now, the gold is obviously cities of gold. That's what they really want. They find the land of Prester John. They found the cities of gold. They know that. They found the land of Prester John. They found Eden. They found the water. They can get cures for all that dog-headedness. They want that even more than gold sometimes. So that's their life. I feel like they got all the good stuff. They left us with nothing. They probably got access to all this living water. They're extending this and extending that. They got worlds behind the poles, but they didn't get dropped though. That's the thing. Like, I don't think they found the Holy Grail, and this is what we're reading about. That's why, the Prester flow connects all these things. It's the reason for this crusade popping off. It's the reason Columbus is over Grand Khan. That's when we read out the Atlantic Monthly Journal, Volume 104. Allahu. We've been on this search. We've been on this investigation. We've been turning over every stone, but we ain't throwing no stone. But we collecting the stones. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about infinity. We're talking about immortality. We're talking the fountain, the living water. We got to get this water to the Nagas, man. We got to find a way to get this water to the Nagas. Allow water. So they calling Eden an El Dorado, or like a cities of gold, of course, right? So you know where it must be. I got a map I'm about to share with y'all in a minute that we got before, showing the antediluvian world, with Eden right here, I think in North America. Let's get it. The name of the first, hold up, let me back it up. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden. From it, it was parted and became four heads. Now, then we talked about these rivers last time. Get back to John 80. We talked about the Paisha, and its connection with the what? The Ganges, right? Remember the connection, all one and the same. Then we talked about the Jihad and the connection with the Nile. We're going to get that again because Prester John was known to control the flow of the Nile. But where's the Nile? Or are we just talking to Mississippi? And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted and became four heads. The name of the first is Pishon. So this Ganges or this Pishon is the first. That is it, which compasses the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold. So when I showed you last time, Ganges on the map, right where basically the four corners would be, right? When we talk about the Grand Canyon, we were talking about Zion, 2 million acres of Zion. Now they changed the name to the Khabib or something like that. Caleb. We talked about the Pashan and the Ganges. So we must be talking about the gold, right? Because they said that the Pishon encompasses the land of Havilah. Where's Havilah? Where's the gold? Oh, man. And the gold of that land is good. There is bdellium and the onyx stone. And that's in Genesis chapter 2. Genesis chapter 2 talk about this. Okay, so we're going to get back on them rivers, right right after this. I'm going to get a little more of this drop. Get cozy by the fireplace. It ain't no rush. One thing about the Prester John investigation that it continues for a noggin. We didn't know we'd get this far. I mean, come on, my noggins. On my way, ain't no way you thought it's going to be this interesting. With this much pop-offness, this much creativity, this much mind-blasting moments of digging for King David, for a priest king. It taking us through Melchizedek. It's taking us directly into the heart of the Arthurian Romances, Tutorial, Parsival, the Holy Grail, cities of gold and fountains of youth. It's taking us to the Crusades. It's taking us to Genghis Khan and the Kar Katai, Shambhala, Cibola, Kalelu, and right home to Nagaville. Because at the end of the day, Prester John is a function, and the function is you. Prester John is a function, and the function is you. So no matter what we're looking for, we're still searching for the Naga at the end of the day. At the top of the soul. And at the end of days, we're searching for Hawa and King David. Hosea 3. After the introduction of the Kalakra into Tibet, possibly by the Shambhala king himself, Prester John sends messengers to the emperors and the Pope. So this is happening. This ain't no mythology. He's corresponding with the Pope. He's corresponding with whoever. At this time, who's the Pope? in the 1100s. Before the takeover, before they stole these titles, right? So the Pope is the Prester. So whoever he's talking to, could be a family member, could be anything. It doesn't have to be what we consider a Pope today. But let's get it. A few centuries after the introduction of the Kalakra into Tibet, possibly by the Shambhala himself, we're talking Prester John, Cibola, Shimbala. Prester John sends messengers to the emperors and Pope. At this time, the situation of European Christendom was grave. The expanding Seljuk Turks had administered a crushing defeat to the Byzantine Empire and had even captured Emperor Diogenes in 1091, an act of magnanimity. From 1144 to 1187, one crusader state after the next fell until Jerusalem, which had been recaptured by the Crusaders, fell in 1187. Prester John's appearance at this time may have been designed to create hope, since that king promised to bring relief to the Christian king by invading from the east. Because you just heard that not just around, their whatever, what I'm saying, whatever oracles they have talking and popping off, whatever rumors they got about Prester John, even they knew he was going to come from the east. And we just got that they thought he was going to come from the Indies. So that's another body bag, that the east is the Indies and that you're in the east, the far east, because they're equating it all with the same thing. We just read that they're saying that this Savior King is coming out of the Indies, my naga. Out of the Indies, my naga. The islands of the Indias, right? Or China, right? And China, right? It's all the same. Let's go. But now we getting here that this king is coming out the east. He claimed to have been Christian, and maybe he was in a syncretic way of thinking. So the author's telling us that he ain't no Christian, like we've been saying. Maybe he was in a syncretic way. What is syncretism? We didn't talk about this balcony surfers from the balcony, right? Way back to 2016, you know what syncretism is over here. It's just like adultery. And we look out for the Code Keepers series picking up after this. We're picking up on Vanity, part 2. Let's go, man. But syncretism, you're mixing in a lot of stuff from different places. You're fusing things, right? You're forcing things to be fused together, like the Old Testament and New Testament. Have nothing to do with one another. That's syncretism. That's adultery. Mixing in something, of a lower frequency, lower vibration into the pure water, connection. You know what I'm saying? That's adultery. It's the mixture, right? Ain't nothing more low frequency than going after false powers, false gods, and idolatry, mixing like that. That's really going to bring your frequency all the way down, right? Because you're hijacked city at this point. You can't see clearly at this point. So maybe he was in a syncretic type of way. So that means, no, he couldn't have been the Christian that they're looking for, or, what they are. He's what he is, right? What's a syncretic type of way of being a Christian? It's already syncretic. It's already sin. It's already transgression. It's already idolatry. Let's go. However, Zan Fatsi or Zabag had its hands full taking care of things in its own region and was in no position to offer any real assistance. However, sometimes hope is all that is needed to continue the struggle in the form of a great Mongol eruption from Central Asia. Now, we know this is all one thing. So, what erupted out of Central Asia? Genghis Khan, right? So, Prester and Genghis already had their own thing going on. That war happened in 1202. Ain't nobody had time to be messing with these so-called Christians over there. But because Genghis Khan is said to be the victor in 1202, that opened it up for these Jabroni to come right on in, make alliances with Genghis, and get what they wanted, and make some treaties of pieces and friendship. So it got me looking at it like this, really for the first time. Like Prester was going up at this time against, they're looking for him over there, the Christians, so-called, they're looking for him. Columbus is also looking for the Grand Khan, but at this under Genghis Khan, because the takeover had happened already. If we look at it, history in that linear type of way, In truth, it could all be one thing, because the 12th century and this 15th century stuff seems to overlap a lot. 16th century seems to overlap a lot. So we could all put all that together, to tell you the truth. But just for the sake of, seeing what's there, this Genghis Khan did help out these Christians a lot that's looking for Prester John. They didn't find him. Genghis rolled up on him. So he was really at war with the whole world, man. And he got hit up by, like I said, it's a more and more war. Genghis Khan is a Moor, right? He's a dark-skinned man, right? You said it. You seen the painting, right, by V.S. Smirnoff, right? So we know that it's a family war going on there, but these Christians are too. That's the thing. The Roman Emperor is still black in 1500s, my nigga. So whether you're talking Christians or whether you're talking Genghis Khan and the Mongols, these are all melanated people. These are all copper color, people, but they all are not Khans. The true Khans are the Israelites. The true Khans are those that are in code. The true Khans are right. Prester. Everybody ain't no Khan. Everybody wants the title Khan. It's about what you're doing. So here comes Genghis. Here comes this explosion, they're calling it, this Mongol explosion, this eruption. So he really did help them. So you got to wonder, at least ask the question. Was it all one thing? Was it all together? Did they plan it that way? Was it an isolated thing? But it seemed to be happening in too close proximity to not look at this and say, what does the Genghis Khan Mongol invasion right here in America have to do with this, Christian crusade popping off at the same damn time? And were they both working together to find the Prester and the people of Prester John? Gold, the cities of gold. And did they make a treaty once they found it, and did they pay? It almost looks like, Prester John kind of got backdoored in that position. You know what I'm saying? He's over there trying to dodge these jabronis over there looking for him, talking about help us against this Moorish invasion and all that stuff. And then you got Genghis Khan rising up against his uncle, right? Against his godfather, his Khan father. So Prester John was taken out from the inside, man. It wasn't the outsiders, it was the insiders. It's a more and more war, dog. Oh, it's a doggy dog war. Sinus of Phili. We're going to get back on that. We get on that of them dog heads, man. Yeah. There's a whole chapter here about on dog heads. We're going to eventually get to. Let's get a little more and continue. Let's talk romances. Let's talk Holy Grail. Prester John appears to have created something else designed to psychologically spur the Christian warriors into action. In the Romance literature that arose after the letters of the Eastern King, we hear of the relic known as the Holy Grail. Whatever the Holy Grail was, and the literature gives divergent views, it was located somewhere in the farthest Indies. Everything's in the farthest Indies. The Savior King, the Hamashiach is coming out. The islands of the Indies. The Garden of Eden's over here. The Holy Grail's over here. And you're the copper color car found here? It's a body bag for the illusion, my nigga. They can't keep us down calling us American and all this stuff. You just found us in the promised land in India Superior, where you know the fountain of youth is, the Holy Grail is, the land of Prester John. The Holy Grail is located somewhere in the farthest Indies in the Garden of Eden. If the Garden of Eden was not enough, surely the Holy Grail could lure the brave soul past Saracen armies to the mysterious East. Wolfram von Eschenbach in the early 13th century first suggested that Tutorum, the grandfather of Parsifal, had brought back the Grail from somewhere near the Ganges. Oh, come on, man. My knock, is you by the fire? Is you by the fire? Hold on, man. Where's my water, man? Hey, I'm reading this with you, my nigga. They just brought the Ganges up again. All praise to what? So the Ganges is connected with the Pishan, which is one of the rivers flowing through Eden, which is right here. And the Ganges is correlated with the Holy Grail. And the Ganges is also Ganja or Kanka, because the G's and C's are interchangeable. And so are the K's and G's and K's. And we've seen that time and time again. And this Kanka, well, now we got to get back to the high Amazon queen. We just by the fireplace. Prester John 81, my naga. 6 years plus of dedicated droppage. One thing they're going to say about us is that we continue. We did our best to hit every mark, but we definitely hit the marks that we hit. Allahu, the Water Drop Nation. This is a celebration. This is a victory lap. Whatever the Holy Grail was, and the literature gives divergent views, it was located somewhere in the farthest Indies. If the Garden of Eden was not enough, Surely the Holy Grail could lure the brave soul past the moors to the mysterious east. Wolfram van Etchenbach in his early 13th century first suggested that Tutorel, the grandfather of Parsifal, so we're reading about a romance. Love to the Templar, the romance refers to a hero, a knight, not about a love story. It's about a hero. It's about a knight like Arthur or David or Moshe. And what they say about the Ganges. So Tutorel, grandfather of Parsifal, had brought the Grail back from somewhere near the Ganges and founded an order of knights to guard the relic. These knights were known as Templars according to Ahab to the Templar. See, originally that's what it was about when they talked Templars. It was about guarding, that whatever was left, what I'm saying, of our heritage, our artifacts, guarding the artifacts, whatever secrets we had to keep from the hijack, and just giving that physical protection and, being a force, what I'm saying? And it connects back to the Swan Knights, which we've gotten in. Swan Knights connect directly with Solomon or Sylvanus told Texas. We're talking Brabo and Barbers. Barber is swan in the Hebrew. Barber is swan in the Hebrew. Let's go. We're going to talk swans, Swan Knights, and the swan ships of Solomon. Takes you right through the Mongol, right through the biblical flow. We're going to get some more. He's going to bring out some queen mothers. We're going to talk. But it gets right into these very important romances because they put a lot of history in these romances and a lot of Naga histories in these romances. This Camelot flow from Arthur is Kalelus connected with Prester, David, America. It's indigenous truth. You're not just some Indian dancing around a teepee. You are a knight, my Naga. You have a sword, my Naga. Get out the mind of a hijack about what they saw when they found you here. You are written about for a reason, my Naga, in their romances and all their fables and mythologies. They always talk dragons and knights, but you are the original knights, guarding the relics. In order to make President more palatable to European audiences, he makes that king none other than the nephew of Parsifal. So he switched the script up just to Europeanize Prester John to make him more palatable. Iconoclasm, right? Destroying the image of the copper colored Khan. But now he's just a nephew of Parsifal. When he's a king, they made him just a nephew of Parsifal. In the same way, other romances sought to Europeanize Prester John. In Jungere, Jungere, Tutorel, Parsifal becomes the spiritual son of Prester John and assumes his name and throne. Whoa. So how could he assume the name and throne of Prester John if Prester John had no throne? Nephew of Parsifal. So they're all trying to tell this story of this Tutorel, Titurel, and Parsifal, Parzival. And are they completely fictional characters? Well, Prester's not. So they're basing it on something real. And different people are telling the story their own ways. In some stories, Prester's a king. In another story, he's a nephew of Parzival. In another story, he's the spiritual. Parzival becomes the spiritual son, so he's the spiritual father or godfather, whatever you want to call it, father. And Parzival takes his name and throne. All right, so in the Dutch Lancelot. So now we're going, look how many people wrote about this, right? So the Dutch Lancelot, Prester John is not the nephew. So in one, he's a nephew, one, he's a son, one, he's a king, one, he's a spiritual father. In the Carolingian cycle, Ogier the Dane becomes the linear ancestor of Prester John through his marriage with the local fairy princess. And the fairies, whenever they say fairies, you got to insert dragon right there because that's what they've done. You know what I'm saying? All the dragons known as fairies. So when they say fairy princess, we're going to talk queen mothers in a minute, but we're talking dragon queens, lady dragons on the wall. You know what I'm saying? So we're talking about a marriage with Prester John and a lady dragon. Now that sounds like Lady Hannah to me, because Lady Hannah is who popped off, Solomon, another David, or David Soslan, Hanan or Canaan. All these are kings, biblical larks. All this is connected, and then you got the queen mamas coming out of that, like Lebna or Limbu, Labana. You know what I'm saying? And you got Dara. You got all these, lady dragons on the wall popping off. You know what I'm saying? It's very interesting stuff. So these traditions show that it, in addition to being a Christian, Prester John had to be European. So they made him a Christian. Pay attention. I think the author gets it a little bit. He's saying they made him a Christian to be more palatable so that he can give them hope, the Christians hope that they will have help against the Moors. So they had to find this black Hebrew priest king who had the fountain of youth and all these things because he was a symbol of hope. You know who else is a hope? A Free Phineas, man. The dragon, right? Green dragons was Benjamin Franklin wanted to use the green dragon instead of the bald eagle for the American, symbol or whatever, because it inspires hope. Freedom, he said. Liberty. Power. Yeah, we're just talking about the Prester, right? The Prester inspired hope. So they had to make in their stories, they had to make him Europeanized. He's just writing to the Pope. They have a good relationship. He's just down with the Europeans. They had to change the story to fit them. The Muslim did the same thing, except he became the Dajjal. He became the Antichrist, basically. Dajjal is like the Muslim Antichrist. That's the Prester. This person's coming at the end of days with this one eye, one green eye, one brown eye. It's all crazy. That drop, you know what I'm saying? So we might touch on that some more. Because that Dajjal plays heavy. Or you just talking King David. Now the Christian doesn't know that, at least subconsciously and within the layers of the story, King David is the Antichrist. Because who's their Christ? Zeus, the Christian. So King David has to be anti-Zeus, has to be anti-Thoth, has to be anti-Mercury. They're Christ. Because they're anti-our Mashiach. They're anti-David, they're anti-Prester, they're anti-Hawa. So we are their Antichrist, and they are adversary, right? They are our adversary. Same thing with the Muslim. They don't know that this David, this Prester, this Raja Haraja Chola II, this Jadaron, haven't put the Kofar al-Tarak these so-called desert clans, and understood that they're talking about right here. That they're talking about these deserts, right? This Arizona flow, this New Mexico flow. They've turned King David into a bad guy. Subconsciously, you don't care about him. You're not checking for him. Oh, didn't he? He's a murderer. He's a this. He's a that. And the jury's still out on if he's a murderer, because there's another side to the story. This is what they've done to David, priest king forever. In all religions, no one's checking for David, like no one's checking for Moshe. They don't remember the name of Hawa no more. Let's get a little more. So Prester is medically European now for it to be palatable, or at least partly so to gain acceptance into the literature. However, von Eschenbach in particular gives us some of the first examples of medieval European forays into a multicultural society. Feirfiz, or Feirfiz, Feirefiz, the half-brother of Parsifal, father of John, in his version is multi-ethnic and said to be of a polka dot complexion. What? I never heard of a polka dot complexion. I guess that's like you mixing black and white. Yeah, so they made him polka dot multi-ethnic. This is in their romances. They had to change him to a multi-ethnic guy, not an Ethiopian no more, right? Not an Abyssinian no more. Not a copper color kind. Polka dot. These three Indians figure in the story. The lovely queen Sakandel of Tribolibat, the dark-skinned siblings of Kudri La Sorci and her brother Malcreature, both spoken of usually in unflattering terms for their physical appearance, because they got some melanin. In some cases, especially with reference to Malcreature, the obsession with appearance is startling, and von Eschenbach feels need to give an explanation for the two emissaries of Sakandel. He states that in Tribolibat, there are, quote, a great many of these people with distorted faces and strange wild marks. Quote, our father Abraham received from God the art of giving names to all things, both the wild and the tame. He knew the nature of each and the revolutions of the stars as well, and what forces the seven planets had. He also knew the virtues of all herbs and what the nature of each one was. When his daughters had acquired the power of years and might bear offspring, he counseled them against intemperance. Whenever one of his daughters bore a child, he warned her repeatedly and rarely spared the admonition to avoid eating many herbs which would spoil the human fruit and bring shame on his race. Other than God appointed when he sat at work over me, as he said, my beloved daughters, be not blinded as to your salvation. Their uncomeliness. Kudri plays an important role in the work of the prophetess, astrologer, and healer. Even Malcreature is called the kinsman of the herb and the stars. The two visitors from Tribolibat have valuable knowledge to give regarding the Grail. One fascinating point is that Richard Wagner, a confirmed endophile, whatever that means, trans into a beautiful enchantress who even tempts the Fisher King centuries later in his opera Parsifal. The early romances generally agree in placing the Holy Grail in India. Whoa. India Major, Superior, America, or the Indies? Everything's in India, huh? It is not until the early 14th century that Prester John might be in Africa. Oh, that came in the 14th century. So all this time before that, they looking for him in the farthest east. Portuguese, 1100s, looking for the Prester. We always look at that monument from the Portuguese. That's, I believe it's stationed in South Africa because they were setting off to sea right there. I mean, 1145 to 1645 looking for the Prester. But now, suddenly in the 14th century, it is first suggested maybe he's in Africa. Wow. Von Eschenbach plays the Grail. And again, this is telling you that they're looking for a soul. That's a body bag for any of this other wingwam. So at least you know that there's a brother out there that set everything off. Every part of your history, everything they taught you, everything is set off by this Naga right here. They call him an Ethiopian, say he may be in Africa, but we got him on the map in the British Museum in 1530, right here in North America, right? Or China, all the same. And if all that's the same, then you got to wonder, what land is that they call China today? What land is that they call India today? What land is that they're calling, you know what I'm saying, Cathay, Japan? Kongu is right here. Von Eschenbach places the Grail in Tribalot, Tribal, like tribal, Abat, IBOT, from which it comes for a time to Mont Salvat, only to return again to the Indies with Firfez and his wife Ripanse de Shoy, of the Fisher King. Into Toro, Parsifal, together with his kings, returned the Grail and other holy treasures back to the Indies. King Arthur, together with the whole Grail chivalry, take the relic back to the Indies in the farthest quote-unquote Orient in Lohengrin, the quote Night of the Swan. So King Arthur, he takes the Holy Grail back to the Indies, right? In the farthest Orient, the Night of the Swan. So when we get about these Swan Knights, and they try to introduce it in the King Arthur story, and we get, how they're mythologizing around it. Everything's a myth. Just know that it popped off directly out the loins of King Solomon. And these ships of Solomon written about in the script are the same as these swan boats that were shaped like beautiful, gliding white swans. And that they were the ships of Sylvanus Totexus. I'm talking 775, 774. I'm talking 8th century. I'm talking 7th century. I'm talking America. We always talking Kalalus. But they call King David King Arthur. But Arthur is an acronym for order, like the Mongol Horde. Horde is order. Arthur is order. So what they're saying by King Arthur is king of the order. What order? We got to be talking to code, because ain't no knight going to be out of code. I know real, which means we're talking about the Knight of the Swan. Back to the Swan Knights. Wow. I mean, it says, while the Kalakra Tantra contain instructions on the art of war, von Eschenbach states that the Templars resided with the Grail, or with and guarded the Grail. Was this simply a device? Author, there's some reason for him to have made this statement. Wolfram von Eschenbach states that his main source was a provincial bard named Kayat rather than Chrétien de Troyes, who composed a similar romance but with major differences. At around 1180, he was said to have been illiterate and the story to a transcriber. It was from the mysterious Kayot, Kyot, thought by some to be a fictional device, that Wolfram claimed to have learned the Grail mysteries, which he states were acquired by Kayot in Toledo. In Toledo, Jews, Christians, and Muslims have lived peacefully for centuries. It was here at the Great Library that many ancient Greek and Roman works were protected from Inquisition. The city was captured by Alfonso the century, and according to Wolfram, Kayot obtained a manuscript in heathen writing there, which was the source of his knowledge of the Grail. The manuscript was said to be written by a heathen named Phlegetanis, Flegetanis. On his father's side, he was said to be descended from a heathen who worshipped a calf. He was also said to have descent from King Solomon of Israel. Wolfram describes him as a skillful astrologer. Kayot had been identified by many as Guyot, Guit, de Provins, a troubadour, Cluniac, monk, and Templar advocate. Wolfram states that after obtaining the heathen manuscript, Kayot found in the Chronicles of Anjou, Anjou, the complete story of the family of Mazza. It was from these two sources that he composed his Song of Parsifal. And this connects not only, the Camelot flow, but obviously Avalon, you know what I'm saying? They're going to get back into this whole King Henry V situation. And we showed you that King Henry map with Cathay in China right here as well, in India. And we'll get this piece for the last part. One interesting account that comes in the 14th century. Well, let's back it up to here. It says, the lands of Zabag and the rest of the Indies have been cut off from the Christian world within a century of the rise of Islam. However, as the Muslim literature readily attests, the Islamic kingdoms have frequently intercourse with these eastern realms. When the Crusaders managed to capture regions of Palestine and Syria, lines of communication reopened that had been lost for centuries. We first hear of formal contacts from the east when a certain John of India in 1122 visited Rome. Magister Philippus, the papal doctor, encountered emissaries of Prester John while on a trip to the quote-unquote east. Now, when the Pope sent him back with the letter for the king of the Indies. Philippus was last seen in Palestine in 1177. Again, all these places are not. One interesting account that comes out of the 14th century is that of the so-called Sir John of Mandeville. The text is thought to be a collection of stories from travelers to the east after the opening of the trade routes by the Mongols. Mandeville mentions priest of Ind, I-N-D, or India, in the city of Jerusalem along the Via Dolorosa. So Mandeville's connecting India directly with the city of Jerusalem, which means that is also not where it is today. And here's a little quote from Mandeville. And on these greaves went our Lord when he bears the cross on his shoulder. Dodge the height. And under these greaves, G-R-E-S, is a chapel. And in that chapel sing priests, Indians, that is to say, priest of Ind, I-N-D, not after our law, but after theirs. Whoa. So these priests of the Indians were not after the Christian way, were not after the Christian law. They were after theirs. They make their sacrament of the altar saying, Pater Noster, and other prayers therewith, with the which prayers they say the words that the sacrament is made of, for know they know not the additions that many popes have made, but they sing with good devotion. He mentions merchants from India that come by sea to Damascus, but he has to say about Prester John, Emperor of Ind, I-N-D, regarding the origin of his name. It was sometime an emperor there that was a worthy and full noble prince that had Christian knights in his company, as he hath that is now. So it befell that he had great list for to see the service in the church of Christian men, and the third Christendom beyond the sea, all Turkey, Syria, Tartary, Jerusalem, Palestine, Arabia, Aleppo, and all the land of Egypt. And so it befell that this emperor came with a Christian knight with him in a church in Egypt, and it was the Saturday in Whitsun week, and the bishop made orders, and he beheld and listened the service full tentatively, and he asked the Christian knight what men of degree they should be that the prelate had before him. And the knight answered and said that they should be priests. And then the emperor said that he would no longer be called king nor emperor, but priest, and that he would have the name of the first priest that went out of the church, and his name was John. And so he is called Prester John. I mean, everyone got their story, right? So like the Shambhala king, Skripala, Prester John is also said to have ventured abroad personally, and I would say for the cause of the clan. Mandeville states this happened before the Muslim invasion of Egypt, so maybe it is not particularly relevant to the Templars. But notice that according to this work, Prester John had apparently Western knights in Mandeville's time. This would agree with the letters of Prester John that state the king had Templars in his service. We'll pick up right there. I just wanted to bring my noggins by the campfire and just enjoy getting cozy, getting to Prester 81. It's all about and really just getting cozy with the information. You know, there's a lot to continue to connect in real time. And in many ways, we're just getting started. So right when they thought, oh, okay, maybe they've grown wary of the search for Prester John, we get a boost of that fountain, that water, that mem flows through a night, and the supreme mem from Supreme Hawaii. Yeah. I don't mind keeping the fire burning as we continue our search, man. I want to jump right into the Queen Mama. Because we've been talking mamas, right? We talked Queen Mother Rossi, RUSADAN, Lady Roos, Lady Ann Roos. We've talked Lady Hannah. Last time talked a little Labana. And it's a complicated picture, you know, especially when we're forced to dig with these hints, you know, these small pieces. Now, Lady RUSADAN, I wonder how many RUSADANs or RUSADANs come up. I know they spell them different ways. You got RUSADAN. This is where you're getting that rise with the Rastafari, you know. It's all connected, my man. It's connected with the Rus. Sometimes spelled with the RUSUDAN. I'm just belly flopping in Genie. You know, seeing what Genie has to say about these Ruses. All right. So we got a few to look at. So it's going to take you into the Bragantini dynasties, such as this right here with this Queen of Georgia. Now, since we've been digging on it, you should start to see this flow, right? We're still in the 12th century, my naga. We still ain't gone nowhere. So all this is happening, right? And this is why when we dug on the Flamenco recon, you know, he brings it all together with the Russian and the Mongol flow. This great empire called Mongol, but Mongol just means great one. So once you dodge the titles, you start to connect the Prester flow, right? The Presbyterian flow, the Karya flow. Oh, I was looking for this, man. Land of the Cars. All right, I got to remember this when it pops up again, because you're going to see a lot of these other, situations and titles with the Kers. Still talking about cars, which are originally still talking about the Chinese, right? And we know where China's at. We know where Cathay's at. This is 81. We know. Let's pick it up from here. In ancient times, the Chinese were known as the Kars. Check. Okay. Chinese are the Kars. Which brings us to an obvious hypothesis that the Kars can be identified as the Russians. Whoa. I know that's a lot. So let's do this together. We're just breaking down chronology and titles, right? Karas are the real Chinas. Chinese are the Karas. They're known as the Karas. The Russia, right? We're just talking RUSADAN over here, right? We're just talking Rus. Talking Georgia, like Georgia, Russia and Georgia. Karas are Chinese, right? And the Karas are also Russian. That wouldn't make sense today, but back in the truth, you see that the Karas, Kara means black in Turkic, or a Naga, melanated copper colored Naga, like the Carolinas, South Carolina, North Carolina, the Karis. And that's exactly where China, which is just the key or the chi, but you wouldn't say a word like ch back then. The ch would be a hard k. Ki, kin, ka. So whether you're talking kin or you're talking Khan, you're not talking Chin, my nigga. We're not talking Chinese or chai, like a chai iced tea. That's a key. The key or the car, right? Melanated, what they call dark skin. We know that the original, even the Chinese over there originally, looking at their walls, we see that they were melanated Nagas. Their Buddha's a Naga. Like he got cornrows, like, so all this is car. But this India Superior, which they call America today, is original car. Kara Katai. Katai is Cathay. Ka. Check. Let's put it together. Land of the Kars. Kars are the Rus, which by default the Rus would also be the Chinese. Ka. Because the Chinese are the Kar. The Kara are the Rus. Ka. Reminds me of the Shashir. The Shashir. We know my Almec flow. Always miss it. Here we go. We know that the Almec call themselves the Shi the same time that they use, the same name that they used when they were in China. Is this body bag number 3? Is this body bag number 3? We count. But the Almec are the Shi, like the Shikama. The Shi, they're the Chinese. And this is what the Shi will be looking like, right? Over and over again. They stand around it in amazement. In Mexico. Yeah. Yeah, man. When they were in China. China. It's getting too good. Too good. Still talking Rus. Still talking Rus. Oh, yeah. We got to talk Ganges. Because we just brought up the Ganges in the book The Quest of the Dragon and the Bird Clan. Okay? Taking it slow. Talking China. Bang. So those same Shi, right, correlates directly with the Rus, because this Russian invasion by Genghis Khan is happening at the same damn time. So while Russia's being invaded, or that part of Asia, they say, so are the Shi. So are the Shi, which are the Tengu, right? We got all this on the map. Go get it. So the Shi are the Tengu. All this is happening. Genghis Khan's rolling up. Genghis intended to annihilate the entire Western Shi culture. The Shi also called themselves the Shia, right? And the Almet called themselves the Shi when they were in China. When they were in China. Okay. But the Shi, or the Almet, or the Chinese, or the Kara, the land of the Kara is also the land of Cathay. Just put that together. And the Kara can be identified as the Russians. And the Russians is going to war with Genghis Khan at the same time as the Shi. Because, Genghis wanted to annihilate all these Nagas, right? So Genghis Khan intended to annihilate the entire Western Shi culture, and his campaign systematically destroyed the Western Shi cities and the countryside, culminating with the loss, or in the siege of the capital 1227. Also, along with forays into the Jin. So the Jin, they went down with us. They were rocking with the Shi. All this starts to connect to your indigenous American tribes, who tribed up with who, and all these people, it's the same. It's like, it sounds just like these other wars, whether we're talking Tecumseh in 1812, Columbus and them, and all that, or we're talking 1200s. Oh yeah, that's swordsman, man. So Genghis had launched his campaign against the Khwarezmian dynasty in Central Asia, stating that if Genghis had too few troops to attack Karaism or Khwarezm, then he had no claim to supreme power. So what's with this Khwarezm, man? If Genghis Khan is attacking it, it's likely you. It likely has something to do with you. Something to do with us. But we're gonna get on this Khwarezm, but just know it's all happening at the same time. So this whole Russian invasion is likely all the same thing, whether they call it, uh, history, or whether we're just talking about project, right? Because Gallagher and Batavius, they put together a project where they're shifting the timeline. I mean, Fermenko's breaking this down. 1492 is the year 7000 in the Constantinopolitan calendar, or the Byzantine calendar. The year 1492 equals the year 700, or 7,000, since the creation of the world. 1453, right? This is 1 year after the Papal Bull. Doom diverse, this ain't to subjugate all these tribes of Israel. Because at the end of the day, it's more than about going against black people, so-called. It was really about going against specific tribes of Copper Khans. Not all black people went down with this 1452 stuff. Not all black people went into slavery, right? We see that there's treaties going on, right? So 1453 plus 33, life of their Jesus, plus 6 hours of martyrdom, death. Oh, okay. 6 hours. Ezekiel had to lie on the floor eating dung for 430 days straight. We're talking about 6 hours of martyr. Come on, man. We're just talking about these timelines. Anatoly Fomenko and Gleb Novinsky determined that the zodiac's dating of the apocalypse is 1/10 October 1486. So January 10th, October 1486. Zodiac's dating of the apocalypse. The date of the apocalypse of January 10th, October 1486 equals Ark of the Covenant 1486 minus 185. They're going through some work right here, but they're getting to October 1301. I'm just getting the quick clips and see if we can get any hard hits from the quick clips. On October 10th, 1486, according to the official chronicles, King John II of Portugal sent 2 embassies to Prester John. So this will be happening right in the middle of when the Portuguese is looking for him, right? In memory of those seafarers who searched for Prester John, 1145 to 1645. We're talking 1486. God. So King John of Portugal sent 2 embassies to Prester John to plan a world alliance to put pressure on the Turks. These are the Moors, man. By land and sea, it represents the beginning of the European colonization of the world and coincides with the journey in which Portugal crosses for the first time Africa to the south, giving name to the Cape of Good Hope. So quick clips here. It says the year 1486 in real time with respect to the Julian calendar is 1301, establishes the Ark of the Covenant, that custody of Prester John. So does Prester have the covenant in 1301 on the Julian calendar, 1486 on the Gregorian? The year 1486 renews the Ark of the Covenant of 1301. Thus, it has been written. The official history has duplicated the same history and has mixed it in an encrypted way. 1486 of the Julian calendar, Chronicle of King John II of Portugal, equals 1671 of the Gregorian. 1301 of the Julian calendar equals 1486 of the Gregorian. Wow. So 1486 of the Julian equals 1671 of the Gregorian. But 1301 of the Julian equals 1486 of the Gregorian. The revelation of John does not refer to St. John, but to Prester John. Whoa. So in their New Test, when they're popping off revelations, they are duplicating and syncretinizing works of the Prester. It doesn't mean that that's his work. It means that they've syncretinized some of the magic from his work. Doesn't mean we can read it verbatim and say this is what it is. But there's some foundational truth to the connection, back to the Prester. Now, so we talk about These things being one thing. Russia, Kara, China. If the Chinese are the Kara are the Rus. And the Rus looks like it's the same thing as the Kingdom of Israel, according to chronology. I told you we'll be back in it. And we just been surfing the wave, and this is why we got this far, because we're asking the right questions. Not just having the right answers, asking the right questions. So the Russian history, ancient Russian history. Ancient Russian history. According to Flamenco. All right, so let's get this back. This is the Chronicle of the Tsars or the Khans. So the Russian Tsars are the same as the Hebrew Khans, manai. The Russians are the same, have the same root, the same connection as the indigenous American Knights. Because there ain't no separation. Because these Ruses are originally from Kalelus, originally from this Shambhala, originally from this promised land, this India Superior. Before they get set up, in different areas, before they are holding it down for the Prester in Asia over there and Asia Minor over there, they're coming from Asia Minor, Asia Major, India Major, you know what I'm saying? So this ancient Russian history is being correlated. Now the 10th, 13th centuries, what's that? 900s, 1200s. So when we talk Byzantine, Managa, and we talking, all that connection, we're still talking according to Flamenco. Here's a list of the main phantom reflections. Now he says of the Russian Tsars, Khans, between 1276 and 1600. Or are we just talking about the Khans? The Khans. So these are all the phantom reflections of the Khans. Ancient Russian history, right? Not the modern stuff, right? The Habsburg Empire, we got to dig on that. We haven't even dug on that. That's why the Prester investigation continues. The Holy Roman Empire between the 10th and 13th century. So at the same time, you got this golden age Rus. Remember, we're just talking Mother Rus, right? RUSADAN, huh? Yeah, the Rus is on fire. Ahab to the lady, dragons on the wall. Don't get it messed up, my noggin. Don't get it twisted. Love to Lady Andrews. Love to Jesse Ben Andrews. Hey, look, I can't make this stuff up, right? So these Andrewses are the same Ruses that are the same Karas, you know what I'm saying? Same China, Kana. These are the same Indians of the Indies. And they're naming it all after these families. And a lot of it's coming right back home here, whether you're talking Greek, Iberian, Hebrews, Egypt. You know who's running Egypt for a while? Joseph and them, right? So, come on. Bahamas, Andrews Islands, California, Andrews Islands. We're talking about Hyksos pharaohs, which means we're talking shepherd kings, my naga. Yeah. Yeah, man. So your nobility is connected to your house, your town. Talking the Rosses, right? And when we talk Templar, remember who popped off the Templar? The Rus were the Rus were part and parcel with the Franks. So before they became the French, they were Nagas called the Franks, my Naga. And these were Nagas. The Rus and these Nagas, the Franks, were always popping off together. More allies. So they were part and parcel, or they worked together in forming the Knights Templar. And we just read about the Swan Knights in The Dragon and the Bird Clan by Paul Sakai, which supports my findings that the Franks and the Russians or Russians were from the same stock. And so these were all Israelites. The red ones, my Naga, red ruddy. So when you're talking Kiev and Rus and the land of Rus and the princes of Rus, this is what you're talking about that Genghis Khan was rolling up on. All you gotta do is look up Genghis Khan invasion of Russia. The Mongol invasion of Kiev Rus. Right in your face, bone. And they talking about World War III popping off, right? Russia, Ukraine, Belarus. Well, all this is from the Rus, Managa. None of them have that land, man. All of them have hijacked the Kiev Rus. Because this Kiev Rus, have it right here. This Kiev Rus means the land of the Rus. So, this Genghis Khan invasion on Kiev and Rus, is Genghis Khan's invasion on the land of the Rus, which includes Ukraine and modern-day Russia and Belarus. Yeah, you didn't think these titles mattered, huh? That's why they stole them from me. But we still wearing them. The Andrews ain't named after no white slave masters, man. That's a lie. The House of Rus look just like this. Lady Anne Rus. She used to be on this link. They keep taking these images down, man. That's why I tell my niggas, print them out, PDF, do what you gotta do. Because this used to be on that link. This beautiful picture right here. Wow. They took it off. Look at that. Oh, there we go. It's over here now. Okay. All right. All right. My bad. But you see it, man. You see it. You see Lady Anne Rus. Yeah. This is Lady Andrews. This is the Lady of Rus. See that six-pointed Star David all over her, right? So let's stop the play immediately. See that emerald she's wearing? Ain't that the Stone of Judah, the Emerald Scepter? Yeah, so let's stop the play immediately, right? She looked just like, man, my mom's mom, man. You know what I'm saying? Love to Catherine, Catherine Van Burn. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah. So the Mongol invasion of the land of Rus was the invasion on your mama, on our mama. Putting it together yet? They said taking a trip to America was like taking a trip to Mars. Wow. Charles II, the Black King, because, just in case you forgot, all these people are swarthy. He didn't want to make the trip. Sir Edward Edmond Andros, Andrews, right? And his many relatives, Oliver Cromwell, not able to leave for America himself, wanted King Charles I had to enrich himself. He and other members of the parliament had the king executed in 1649. Many Andrews, Andersons, Ross, and others left England for the Americas in the early 1600s. So what would England, Dragonland, UK, right? United Kingdom, Britain, which means the oath, the covenant, all the Scotland flow, all the, you got to tie in all this European flow, right? Because what were they at war against? They were at war against other Moors, whether you're talking Edomite, Moabite, that's now bringing in this new Roman flow, not the old pomegranate Romani flow, but, this Roman Catholicism, right? This King James, and it's all, all this other stuff. So check it. What I say, Rastafari. So this Ethiopia, which we know is over here originally, we're just talking about the original land of these Nagas. Ethiopia is the land of Rus. So to know where the real Ethiopia is to know where the real Rus are going to be holding down, where the Jamaican Rasta and the Freezing King come from. The Rasta flow connects to the Rus flow. Did you know? Prince Yaroslav the First, the Black, right? Just in case you didn't know, was a son of King Vladimir, Volodymyr, Mule, Volo the Great, right? Because more means great. Of the Rus, Kiev and Rus. All right. It's getting good, right? So you see how Rus is everywhere connected. These Andros, Andrews, Kievan land of Rus. I just want you to see a clearer picture of what Genghis Khan was invading, what was being, you know, exterminated on, in connection with these Shi, because he was now going after the Western Shi. He had already been hitting up these Shi. Princes of the Rus or the Ross. I also say Clan Ross. And I got you, Aquatai. We will get on our pick series because, we see we are getting serious. I think we're ready for it now. These Anruses, again, look like you. We're just talking lost tribes of Israel. And they also say they are connected with Clan Ross, right? So these are the tribes that Papal Bull is after. These are the tribes that they're after, and really, after today, you know what I'm saying? In the streets, whatever you want to call it, it's still The same war going on today. It's still you, Managi. It's still us. And it's still wisdom that's going to give us our fortune. All praise to Wah. With wisdom. Mama, let's go. We talking Rus, right? Yeah, because we talking RUSADAN. We're still talking Rus because we're talking the Mongol invasion of Kiev Rus, right? 13th century, destroying numerous cities, including Ryazan, Kolomna, Moscow, Vladimir, and Kiev. And the only major cities escaping destruction being Novgorod and Pskov. The campaign was heralded by the Battle of the Kalka River in May 2023, which resulted in a Mongol victory over the forces of several Rus principalities. The Mongols retreated, having gathered their intelligence, which was the purpose of the reconnaissance in force. A full-scale invasion of Rus by Batu Khan followed from 1237 to 1242. So they only pushed the line to get more recon, and once they did that, they retreated, these Mongols. They didn't want to be too greedy. Then they came back, almost a decade or so later under Batu Khan, right? And Batu Khan is the grandson of Genghis Khan. So he's just continuing the work of Temujin, right? Genghis that first rode up on the Prester in 1202. The invasion was ended by the Mongol succession process upon the death of Ogedai Khan. All Rus principalities were forced to submit to Mongol rule and became vassals of the Golden Horde, some of which lasted into 1480. I thought Columbus just found us in 1492. This is just too close. It's too good. Too good for comfort, man. Columbus found us in 1492, but we're the vassals of the of, of the other more copper-colored people under Genghis and them, under Batu and them. We are the vassals. These Ruses are their vassals, which lasted until 1480. And then someone gives them the drop, Columbus and them, on how to find us here to further do the work. It seemed like they started and somebody else picked it up. Just like this 10-year gap. Or, about that from 1223, when the Mongols retreated, then they come back in 1237. It's 14 years apart. Then we are the vassals of the Golden Horde or the Batu Khan and then until 1480. And then Columbus finds us in 1492. Managi, that's 12 years apart. I think that's completely separate circumstances going. Hold on, man. Let me sip my Sheila shit, man. It's about to be good because we about to talk high Amazon queens, queen mothers, Nahushta. We popping off. Get your minerals on, man. Get your Sheila shit. We don't all, do everything the best, whether it's exercising like we should or eating like we should, but we got to fight back. You know what I'm saying? And, every setback is a setup for a great comeback, but not. So keep going. Don't stop. And get your Sheila shit. Wow. So the invasion facilitated by the beginning of the breakup of Kiev Rus in the 13th century had incalculable ramifications for the history of the Eastern Europe, including the divisions of the East Slavic people into three separate nations: modern-day Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus. Eastern Europe, okay. And the rise of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Grand Duchy of Moscow. Muscovite, right? So all this is coming out of that Moshe Mossack flow. And if you don't know, before that Byzantium, was referred to as Constantinople and Cappadocia, all that was called Mossack. Mossack, after Moshe. Just like Moscow's really named after Moses. So it's letting you know what's popping off in the Rus, my night. Mossack. Let's go. Then they changed it to Mazaka. Then it became Cappadocia. We're just talking Byzantine. And the Byzantine was the empire that was taken out 1 year after the Doomed Diverses, 1452, right? Because why they popping off this Rus situation? Con, 1452, right? So at this point, let's put this together, man. For real, for real. We already know what a Saracen looks like, right? So 1452, we're still vassals, right? In this Kiev Rus situation. Our people are still the vassals under Batu Khan and them, right? All Rus principalities were forced to submit to Mongol rule, or, the hijack Khan rule, not the real Khans. And they became vassals of the Golden Horde. Some which lasted into 1480. So this is during the time, right? 30 years before, or 30 years after. Wow, that's even crazy. Wow. So while Pope Nicholas V is issuing his doom diverses, they say facilitating the slave trade from West Africa, but really, my nigga, it facilitated putting you in captivity right here in America and shipping you to West Africa. The same Pope wrote the bull Romanus. Remember Redmon means pomegranate. Let's go. January 5th, 1455, to the same Alfonso as a follow-up to the Doom Diverses. It extended the Catholic. Now, where they look, all these terms mean something. They stole them all, right? They took Roma from Rima. Okay? They took the Roman from the Rima. The Hebrew word, Rima, the Hebrew for pomegranate, right? Joshua and Caleb get the pomegranate to prove they're in the promised land. Okay? So to prove that these people were not in the land or that they wanted it so bad, they took the title Rima, turning it into Roma. Got it. Then they took the title Catholic, right? Because the Catholic is the same Katai. It's the same Cathay. Remember that map? Cathay is Katai. Kara, Katai. Land of Kara is Russia, is China, right? So, bang, bang. So when you see this big Cathay, Cathay, right next to Florida, and Japan in the middle of that, Kapangu, where it is, it's happening here, my nigga. The Great Khan of China, Cathay, Florida, my nigga. And yes, a big fire dragon. Big fire dragon. Okay. All right. Catholic is Cathay. Again, it means a pure land. So they just are trying to steal the purity, right? They're trying to steal the title of purity from Roman or Rimmon, pomegranate, promised land, Cathay, pure land. So they become Roman Catholics. Bang, ping, pow, Roman, pomegranate, pure land people, right? People of the pure promised land, pomegranate land, right? That's a Roman Catholic, but it's a Rimmon, Cathay, or Qatar. Now they're the Cathay, right? Now they're the Catholic, right? Now they pulling the lick, man, over discovered lands during the age of discovery, along with sanctifying the seizure of non-Christian lands. This is our fourth body bag of the illusion for tonight. You can't be a Christian king named Prester John and be in non-Christian lands. If he's a Christian king like they keep saying he is, but they're searching for him in non-Christian lands, that doesn't make any sense. He couldn't have been a Christian king. He was a Hebrew king. Forever king. Ezekiel 37, 2 sticks, one tribe. They weren't looking for Christians in the Christian land, or else they wouldn't have put up nobody in subjugation. They wouldn't have massacred nobody if we were already Christians, and they wouldn't have tried to figure out how to convert the Indians in the land of Prester John. These are titles put on him to pacify them and us, so that we see that and we're like, oh, okay, that's not really us, our people. And then they see that, they're like, oh, he's our people. Let's go get help so we can fight them more. It's wordplay, it's word magic. Fourth body bag of the night. Prester John ain't no Christian if they're looking in non-Christian lands to sanctify and encourage the enslavement of native Christian peoples. Wow. Non-Christian peoples. So you couldn't have been Christian, or else they wouldn't have been able to enslave you. Because this papal bull encouraged the slavery of natives that are not Zeus worshippers, whether in Africa or the New World or India Major. Right? We weighing all and singular the premises with due meditation and noting that since we have formerly by other letters of ours granted among other things free and ample faculty to the aforesaid King Alfonso to invade, to do what? Invade, man. Enslave, man. We are encouraging it. We are encouraging the enslavement, the invasion. Search them out. Look for the Prester. Look for the gold. Capture them. Vanquish them. Subdue all Saracens. God. And pagans, because they don't like Zeus over there. So the pagans are calling us pagans. Whatsoever, and other enemies of their Zeus. Zeus. Jesus, right? There ain't no J. There ain't no J. Zeus, right? So enemies of Zeus or Jupiter had to die, had to be vanquished, subdued. And their kingdoms. I mean, I thought you were savage Indians, right? But you have kingdoms, so that has to go. Your dukedoms don't sound like savages, but they have to go. All your principalities, your dominions, that don't sound like savage stuff, but it has to go. Everything you possess, whether it's movable or immovable, they get to take, they get to possess. Possessed by them to reduce their persons to perpetual slavery. That's forever, just like you got a forever King Khan. Just like your water gives you the forever flow, they put you in perpetual slavery, man. They took your forever and replaced it with their forever, and they took your perspective and replaced it with their perspective, and now you're in the mind of a hijack, looking for the Prester, not knowing where to go, where to look. The map's been flipped. Your orientation is way off. Your chronology, your chronological time shifts have happened. 333 years, 1,054 years, 1,778 years, man. You're looking everywhere. You're in perpetual darkness until we become most high over everything, man. MHOE. Now we could see clearly that our successors or their successors have our kingdoms because they've applied and appropriated to themselves and their successors our kingdoms, dukedoms, counties, principalities, dominions, possessions, goods, and we can't get none of this back. We looking for an apology? You looking for 40 acres and a mule? They got your kingdoms. They got your dukedoms, your counties, your principalities, your dominions, your possessions. They have it. They said they gonna get it, and they did it. They took it. All the islands they've acquired lawfully, right? Justly, right? By the authority of Alfonso. So because of Alfonso's authority, they've acquired and possessed and does possess these islands, lands, harbors, and seas. And they belong to the hijack and his successors. 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 American. Successors. American, Native of America, applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races found here, not brought here, found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the successors, right? Descendants of Europeans born here. So their successors have you in perpetual slavery, and they can perpetually be born here and take your take your title. They said, go get them Saracens, man. And we know what a Saracen look like. Because right here next to this copper colored naga, it says the word Saracen was used in the early centuries of the Roman Empire, describing an Arab from the Sinai. Come on, man. You're looking for the lost tribes of Israel. There's a Saracen's head. Just the average Negro today would be a Saracen, huh? Nah, the above average Negro in this case, because they didn't take out all Negroes because of this papal bull. Doom Diverses, 1452. They took out you. They took out the lost tribes of Israel. 1452. The Byzantine Empire fell in 1453. What happened to the Byzantine Empire in 1453? The fall of Constantinople, conquest of Constantinople by Sultan Mehmed or Mehmed, right? So while Genghis Khan, who looks like you too, goes up against you and his Batu Khan and all his people, then they continue it because during the same time in 1480, you're still vassals to Batu and them. And by the way, Batu Khan is Vatu Khan or Vatican. Bang. Ping pow. Might be body bag number 5, y'all. Damn. It's all adding up. With this invasion of the Rus and Rus. Batu Khan is Vatican. Batu Khan also means House of Khan. So, perhaps there's a hijack free Batu Khan before this Batu Khan. If we're just talking the House of the Khan. But if we're talking the Vatican as we know it, we see that it has a direct connection with Batu Khan. And this is how it got set up, my naga. Through the Genghis Khan invasion that no one wants to talk about. That he looks just like you, and this is happening. And you're still a vessel of Genghis Khan and his people. Damn near up until where Columbus comes. Which means this was all still in play, that it was still a more and more war popping off, and that these Khans had these other Saracens and Khans in captivity as vassals. And who did the 1452 benefit if you were their vassals? That they're trying to subjugate you, Pope Nicholas, and you're already being subjugated by Genghis and them. They must be the same people. They must be working together. That's what I said. This Roman Catholicism and, Charles the Fifth and all these hijacked titles are taking, all this stuff. They were looking for you and coming at you in all directions so seriously that they did a papal bull about it to invade, search out your kingdoms, and vanquish you. 1480. So the papal bull's 1452. In the following year, my naga, 1453, the Byzantine falls. This is the last portion of you that was still left there. Rocking with the Prester, rocking in cold. So we see a direct reaction after this papal bull to the Byzantine. And again, this connects directly to Mazaka or Mosak, the founder, which we got in earlier installments of the Prester investigation. Mosak, the founder, is Moses. And they did everything they could to erase the history of what they call an intriguing primal ancestor. Intriguing primal ancestor. Foundational legend. 1453. See, these Andrews, these Ruses, just so you know, for the body bag, that Genghis is going up against Israel, right? And whether he's repping Moab or he's repping something like it, he's repping them. The stewards were guardians of the house of Andreas of Wessex, which include Andreas of Borthwick and Clan Ross. The union between Christina del Ross and Viking Olaf Magnusson, both Nagas, to the Vikings. This VI represents the Roman numeral 6 king. So you have the 6th king, Olaf, was significant not only because it created peace between the two houses of Danite, House of Dan, we're talking Israel, House of William the Conqueror. Ain't this what Mel Gibson was playing? Iconoclast. And the House of Andreas from the race of St. Andrews and the kindred of the kings of Jerusalem. But it also allowed Anne Rose to marry outside of Cial Andreas. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, back then, you know, the House of Rus, you know what I'm saying? Talking about, it's like the House of Judah, you know, a man of Judah and a woman of Judah coming together. We know that, you know, there's a lot of interflow going on. You know, it's hard to track with cousins marrying cousins and different things, you know. Even brother and sister at sometimes, you know what I mean? It's different things. At least it looks real, you know. But we're trying to put it together the best we can and unravel, you know, throughout all the wingwam, you know, to see how these houses were coming together. And for the most part, we know that they kept it in-house. But this particular flow is the first time that they went outside the house of Andreas, outside the house of Clan Ross, the land of Rus. These are the kindred or the relatives of the kings and the queens of Jerusalem. So when you talk Jerusalem and them trying to take over Jerusalem and all that stuff, you're talking about the royals of Jerusalem right here. And that's why you got Lady Anne Rus rocking the way she's rocking with the Star of David all on her chest bone. Ahab to the Lady Dragons on the wall. Gets no realer than this. Yeah, these Rus, these Russians are the Katai of China or Cathay. And Cathay is right here with you today. Told Texas, Sylvanus, Swan Knights, the Templar, all this is connected with the house of Israel. I'm just reading a little further here. According to Scaligerian history, China belonged to the Mongolian Empire. We just got that means great ones, right? As we, and you know, just for the sixth body bag of the night. I can't keep track of the body bags. We got carnage all over the place in Hijack City. Hijack Slayers are popping off because we about to get back on this Ganges and bring it on into Queen Nahushta. Uh-oh. Lady Dragon's on the wall. See, when they say Mongolian question marks, you got to think about a map like this, man. 1561 Carta Marina Nevova Tavola. All right, 1561 had South America connected directly to Asia. You see China right here, Chine. You see Grand Tartary, and this Grand Tartary would be Mongolia in parentheses. You see New Orleans right here, Louisiana. So you see Louisiana next to Grand Tartary? You see Louisiana next to China? Come on, man. This is the real thing over here. They duplicated our greatness here into all of their mythologies all around the world. The Hindu, the Chinese today, the Japanese, the Russians today, the 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 House of Khan, Batty Khan today. All this is duplicated out the Prester flow, where the Crusades popped it off. They duplicated the royals. They duplicated the promised land. But this is Grand Tartary for a reason. In Managa, it's Asian. It's Asian. It's Asian. This is Grand Tartary, which is this is the Great Khan of China, right? Cathays, Florida. The other one has Louisiana. And yes, we have a fire dragon. Okay. We're just talking the land of the Khan. Get your Prester packs, because we are active in the Prester pack, my nigga. We're active in the Prester pack. So Asia, Grand Tartary, same thing. South America connected to Grand Tartary, right? India Superior. This is Marco Polo's Asia over here. So that's Marco Polo's Asia. This is the Asia. Asia Minor, Asia Major. Where would Russia be? Land of Rus. All connected, right? Through the Straits of Anian or Anand bin David. All connected. It's not the Bering Strait. It's the Strait of Anian, and it connects these land masses. And Prester John's right here holding it down, which means you got to be holding it down if you're right here next to the Prester. That's Russia. That's the land of Rus. Vortexes, my nigga. Let's go. Again, the 30 map out the British Museum connecting Marco Polo's Asia and the new lands. Because somehow this is so new. Finding Prester John near you, near Mexico, Cathay, India Superior. Come on. Come on. Cathay, right? Come on. Land of the Khan. Let's go. Asia, right? Cathay. Khan. Ganges. So while we're understanding that when they talk, let's pick this one up. Russian history, ancient Russian history. And they're saying it's the same thing as the ancient kingdom of Israel and the ancient kingdom of Judah recorded in the Bible. Ancient Israel, right? These are a list of phantoms that they're saying is a reflection of the Rus. So they're saying all this is coming out the Rus history, my night. And we just got that the Rus are kindred with the kings and queens of Jerusalem. Okay. So that the Rus are the tribes of Israel, Clan Ross. And the ancient Rus history coincides around that 10th to 13th century directly with the Holy Roman Empire at that time, or the Remani, Pomegranate Nagas. And again, the Byzantines happening right around this time. They take that down in 1453, right? The ancient kingdom, not modern, ancient Israel are the Rus. Ancient Judah are the Rus, are the Habsburg. We got to dig on that. The third Roman Empire, because again, they're doing multiple time shifts, so this could be happening at the same time as this history, except Scaliger and Batavius, they done pushed it back again. This time, that's about 1,000 years from the 3rd century AD into the 13th century AD. Here we go. The second Roman Empire, 1st century BC. Again, they pushed back this one here. So that's another 1,000-year gap. The Tsar Rome, right? The Tsars, where the Caesar is coming from, which is Khazar, Managa, but the original Khazars are connected with the original house under Mosak the founder and Mazaka and them. So that's not even the hijacks. These Khazars, the original Khazars, were also Israelites. First Roman Empire, 8th century to 6th century BC, another time shift. Here we go with the Byzantine. We just showed you that the Byzantine was taken out 1 year after the Papal Bull, 1452 and 1453. They call it the Zero Byzantine Empire. Look at the time shift, 330 to 550 AD. Another 1,000-year difference between this 14th such and such. So you're saying it was a Byzantine Empire for over 1,000 years just rocking in the same place? Or is it the same thing, but the time's been pushed back? You got to add that 1,000 years to get back to what? The same Russian connection here, the same Roman connection here, man. So, all right. You got the first half of the Byzantine Empire, the first half of the third Byzantine Empire. And here we go. Now we're getting close to what could be, closer to the original. The history of the medieval England. Then we just get, such and such is coming from England. But England is still you at this time. That's what we're saying. The empire, the Carolingian Empire. And here we go again with the Cara and the Cara. Because this Carol is also the Caries, which is also the Cara, spelled with a K or a Q sometimes. That's how they switch it up. You can spell it with a K, a C, a Q. It still means black or melanated. So you're talking about a melanated pure land with the Cara Cathay or the Cara Kutai. Let's get it here. Moreover, we have found that the name Kitai, which stands for China, in modern Russia, used to refer to Scythia in the Middle Ages. And the Scythia connects you back to Princess Scotia, the Scottish, Scotland. All right, so Kitai is Cathay, which you see in all on these maps, man. All in the 1500s, like this 1548 Augustus, Ptolemy, Cateo. Tangu, which remember are the she. Yeah. I'm trying to tell him, man. It's all happening. So this Mongol conquest of the Shi, right? The Almec called themselves the Shi, and between the Mongol Empire and the Tangu-led Western Shi dynasty, right? Tangu-led, it's all the same thing. It's all happening. You see Tangu right in North America, man. So we know he ain't playing. Ahab to the family in the drop, chatter, keeping the investigation going, keeping the wheel flowing, man. Y'all always inspire me. I always love checking in this chat like once, twice a day and just seeing, man, what the drop is. You know what I mean? This is really for you. This chat is for you, not for me to, be over here just straight kicking it, but this is for you to come kick it at, man. I'm gonna be here. You know what I'm saying? I'm here, my nigga. But we put this up for my Nagas, man. We got a lot of links dropping at all time. My sister Delvina talking about dragon eggs popping off. Man, all these places with fires or explosions are places with caches of dragon eggs. Woo! Aqua Charmaine popping off. MHOE, Slow Coon, what it do? Shalom. We done it again, man. Big Tim, this hoodie. Oh, man. Hey, out to everyone that ordered anything. Be patient with us. We got a lot more orders going out this week and next. For your My Pack ones, for your MHOE, everything you're getting. Hey, out to you. Come right here at 432thedrop.com. Get the drop. Hit up the drop shop. And hit up in the drop chat, man. The password is still 1234 to get through the door. Man, my Naga done dropped this map on us, man. I think we seen something like this, right? So here's the Stangu again. This is all in North America, my Naga. Tibet, Cathay, Ping, Pow. That's the 6 body bag of the night. So we got Cathay here, man. We got, Tibet. multiple places. Mangi, I believe that's one of Genghis Khan's relatives as well. And then you got Tengu and Cathay. So you know Tengu and Cathay are near each other. Body bag for the illusion. Love to Dragon Child, man. Hey, Melvin Trey Kroger popping off. Late to the party. Oh, it's all good. Cutter Mayo be popping off. Hey, I'm Cootie Mayo. All right. Yes, man. Hey, shout out to Fat Kai. He said the water is fine. Oh, he's popping off, man. Oh, yeah, he's popping off. Allahu. Hey, I appreciate you, bro. We appreciate all y'all in the drop chatter. So you saw it, right? The Tengu, right? It's Tengu. Tengu. It's still on this map here. Tengu, right? And we got it also in the Swords of the East, where the conflict between Genghis Khan was popping off right around here as well, directly. We're just talking Cathay, or as they say, Kara Katan. Whether you spell it with a C or K, again, Kitai, which stands for China. We know where that is now. Okay, we're talking about the land of Karas. We're talking about Rus. When read in reverse, it transforms into Rus or Russia, the Syria. Oh, so Assyria in reverse transforms into Russia? Whoa, right, Ru. Okay, land of the car, right? Like Carolingian, like the Carolinas. Let's go. So eventually Genghis Khan rose up on the Prester, and he becomes the Prester. Hijack City. Hijack City. But here's the, clearness of it all. The Mongol Empire and the Russian Horde. Remember, Horde means order, like author means order. They're the same, man. They call it the same project. So when you talk the Rus, and you're talking the Mongols, it's all interconnected, whether you're the infighting, northern, southern tribes, different things happening. But Mongol just means great ones. So Genghis Khan doesn't, he can't even really take the whole Mongol title because he's just trying to be great like the Prester. That's why Genghis Khan becomes Prester John. You know what I'm saying? He wants to be David. He wants David's daughters to marry them. He wants to do all this stuff. David says no. He wants to go to war. Now he wants to go to war. Now he's salty. King David of Israel is equated to the Great Khan. This is where you're getting your Grand Canyon from, Grand Khan John from, Grand Khan Junction. And this one, the Prester John of the Indies. Yeah, because everything comes from the Indies, right? The Holy Grail, Fountain of Youth, the Garden of Eden, everything's in the Indies. The Ganges. Yeah, remember the Ganges? Remember the Ganges? We were talking Ganges, right? Oh, man. It's going to be the best dismount of all time. The best dismount of all time. Let's go. So it wasn't until recently that I really started keying in on this Ganges that's chilling over here at the left-hand side of this Orientis Finds map in 1531. Notice that most of our maps, we stay in the same pocket, 1500s, right? So mid-1500s. This is right after the takedown of the Byzantine, right after the takedown of Umayyad. So it's more accurate to what's happening at the time. Now Ganges is over here chilling. You're interested in this Java, like Java, which would also be a Hawa. Uh-oh. Ganges, we got last time. It's very important. This is why it's near Cathay. promised land. Ganges is very important. On this Vedic Cafe link right here, it goes into it. Talking about Josephus. In his book, The Antiquity of the Jews, Roman Jewish scholar Flavius Josephus, in his description of the four rivers, right? So you got four mystical rivers of Eden. One of them is the Pishon. Then you got the Gihon. The Gihon connects with Prester John, left to the 10th. The Pishon, all right, so you got the Pishon, the Gihon, or Jahan. You got the Tigris and the Euphrates. Now, what are the real names to this stuff? You know what I'm saying? It says the Pishon, one that winds through the whole land of Havilah, right here, where the gold is, back to the cities of gold connection. The Pishon, according to Josephus, the Pishon was either the Indus River or the Ganges, while the Gihon was the Nile. So you got the Gihon connected with the Nile. You got the Pishon connected directly with this Ganges situation. It's interesting, especially when you talk about that this Gihon or this Pishon winds through the whole land of Havilah, where the gold is. So the Pishon has some relation with this Ganges. And we got the Ganges flow. It connected us to the living waters and all these mythical situations around the Ganges. Living waters and miraculous waters, and of course, the springs of the Garden of Eden. Now that we know it's connected with the Pishon, or it is the Pishon. Right here in Cathay, huh? Right here where the Holy Grail is, huh? Fountain of Youth, Prester. Interesting. I mean, Managa can't make this stuff up. I can only, bring you into something that maybe you forgot. Maybe we all stop searching. This is a link called What is the Name of the Holy River in India from whosgo.com. The religious significance of the Ganges, the religious importance of the Ganges stems from the properties of its natural water. Because of its mythical river, and it is also a ritual of worship whereby a person throws himself 3 times into the river's waters, right? Bathe at the fountain 3 times. Second to his knees, then drinks a drink of water to purify according to his belief. And the person considers that he is returning to purity, the real thing. And he gets rid of all the obstacles that prevented him from meeting the gods. And the rituals of these things are: pilgrims go to the river to wash when the sun rises. Didn't we have pilgrims going to America? Sound like Thanksgiving, right? Sound like somebody's giving thanks, right? Pilgrims. You only have pilgrims to sacred holy places. Where did they go to find us? Right. Okay. Pilgrims, right? Okay. Talking Ganges or Kanka. When darkness falls, the priest lights the lights and introduces it to the deity. Then with his left hand moves the bell. So this is all their reproduction, reflection, and duplication of something that has true, solid, foundational, connection with Hawa. And they start to deify it, right? They start to deify us, right? Now they're deifying this river because it's connected to these holy waters. Now they're going through rituals, not us, them, right? They're going through ceremonies. They're priests. The priests light many torches. The priests make the ring of small bells, drums, gongs, and trumpets. The priest heads to the Ganges River in ceremony procession. The celebrants raise their hands to the sky symmetrically, drawing a cosmic lotus flower image. And during the procession, the music is loud, the rhythm is fast, the priest bends slowly, then the river blows the torch. Then the river blows the torches 3 times, which are touching the surface of the river's water. When they go to the participating believers to offer them the holy light, and they place the light on his forehead, head, and eyes. The loud music begins to fade. The crowd appears at the river with a single cry, "Glory to our mother, Kanka." Uh-oh. So the Ganges is coming from the Kanka. Oh man, I'm in daddy day here, man. I'm popping off, man. Yeah, sometimes a little Naga just need a little hug, man. I'm gonna start a Naga need a hug foundation. I got hugs, man. 2 for $5, 3 for $10. I'm gonna put my hugs in the drop shop, man. Yeah, y'all holler at me, man, for a quick little embrace, man. Shout out to my little Naga, man. He's popping off. Glory to our mother, Kanka. So this is gonna start tying in with some of these high Amazon queens, our aquas that were venerated, later, sometimes during, but many of these stories are based on our indigenous American queens, sisters, queens, queen mothers, connecting this story to like the queen mothers in Judah. There were certain reigns, certain Israelite kings that might have taken the throne young, and their mama, big mama, had to step in as like queen regent or, that type of thing. So now these would be called matriarchies, but it's the queen mother who's assuming pretty much the control. She got she got the will. So when they look at it today, they say, well, some of these Indian tribes, they had matriarchies. Well, now they're sort of fading in some of this queen motherness. And we connected the Sheba flow. Obviously, she became venerated. She was worshipped later. Lilith and all that stuff, mother of dragons, all these things, right? So, they're worshipped because of this power they had. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean that they were hijacked, but the people that were hearing these stories and legends after started needing some type of hope. Instead of going directly to the source of their power, they went to whatever was, next up, whatever they can feel was tangible for them. So sometimes it would be the queen mother, right? Sometimes it would be, worshiping dragons. Sometimes it'd be worshiping, our, ancestors, different type of ways. So, obviously Moses was worshipped in different ways. There's different connections, to how the tribe went off, right? How we went left, right? So they over there singing glory to Conquer, right? But all this is connected with the Ganges. Now they're talking about the Ganges over there. First expeditions to Ganges, sources of the Ganges. They're trying to look for the source of the Ganges. Connected it with this Kanka, which we also connected separately in the linguistic flow of Japan and China. This is a symbol for the kanka. So the Japanese would call it kanka, just like you just saw it. The Koreans would call it gangwa. The Vietnamese would call it kang kwa. Told you them Q's would come in there too. You see the G's, you see the C's, you see the K's and the Q's all in one place. I'm glad they did that because that's exactly how they be hiding the drop. We saw this definitely happening with the Daniel Al-Kun, Daniel Al-Kumisi, and it's Al-Kun, they had a Q on it, and then they had a K, Al-Kun with the K-U-M. Yeah, we see the G's, the C's, the C's and K's, right? All this out the ancient Hebrew, make it interchangeable. We're taking our time with this as we make a beautiful dismount, greatest dismount of all time. But look at the gom, right? So a lot of times people be like, man, what does Naga mean, man? You talking about serpent, you talking about this. I'm like, nigga, what does nigga mean? You talking the same exact thing as a nigga. So you changing the vowels, you changing whatever, but you still got the NG, right? That's what we focusing on, the noon and the gom. Nigga, negus, negro, naga, all the same priesthood, priestly naga flow, right? Negus means king. So you got a king, you got the royalty in here. Now the naga, even if you look from a Hebraic flow, which they would go from right to left, so you would start with the gom. The gom means what? Gathering, walking, right? You got movement. You got some tribing up happening, somebody gathering. The noon connects to the sea. Whoa, the air, the hair, right? The sun. So a gathering, a walking, right? And where you walking to, right? You're walking to the door, the dial, where Big Mama got her arms up ready to give you the reveal, ready to reveal the breath so you can get your added security and be hooked in, got a foundation popping off and get your food, your nourishment, your cutoff day. 7 letters, 7th day, cut off. Can't make this stuff up, right? So Hawa, get 80 because we went into the Hawa. But the Gam leads into the portal, into the vortex, into the entrance. The Gam, you're rising. It's like it's almost like a coon because you're not just gathering and walking, you're raising up to get through this entrance. This vibration, this strong power entered your house. You are now raising up. You're on quam as you tribe up and gather to get to the door. The Gam in Latin became the C. And this is why I said the C's and G's in English became interchangeable because they started this mess in Latin. The C's and G's. So you got the Gam or the calm. Now, the K's, right? That's your cough, your koof, your cough. So we didn't need a C when we already had the K, the cough, the koof, the cough. And this cough is your K. Now the J became, just for the trickery, they put a C, they turn that to the K. So the Ganka can also be the Kanka, which we see. And obviously the C's and K's can go back and forth. And that's just did it in real time from the Picto-Paleo-Hebrew all the way to Latin and Greek. Now you got the G's and C's when you didn't need no C here because you already got your K. It's the same sound. Whether it's a soft C like S, So that's your S. And then if it's a hard C like a K, well, that's a K. So this wasn't necessary in the Picto. This wasn't necessary in the Paleo. So this Ganges, as we see, has a lot to do with the biblical rivers. And this Kanka has a lot to do with this mother. And it all has everything to do with you and Cathay and Asia Major, India Superior, North America, if you please, if you must. We just talking North America. The Pishon, the Gehan, the Tigris, the Euphrates. These are your 4 rivers. But the Pishon is also identified as the Ganges. Though it is often assumed that the Garden of Eden are the same, the Garden and Eden are the same place, many rabbis hold the view that the verse which states a river flowed out of Eden to water the gardens. From there, it divided and became 4 major rivers, suggests that the Garden and Eden are 2 different places. Now, does that mean 2 different continents? Let's go. The Genesis further states in verse 2:11, or chapter 2, verse 11, the name of the first is Pishon, the one that winds through the whole land of Havilah, where the gold is. And if you look today, Havilah would be over there, Middle East, somewhere over there, right? That's Havilah. Saudi Arabia around there, that's Havilah. But somebody had the right idea when they made their antediluvian map. Yeah, man. Somebody had a different idea, right? They put Havilah where South America would be. Uh-oh. That would be Africa. This is like a Pangea flow, okay? Yeah. Assyria. So you got Eden and you got Havilah. And the river's flowing out of Eden, bang, bang, encircling the land or encompassing the land of Havilah, which is South America. So this map here that has the Ganges or the Pishon popping off here, in a sense, the same Pishon would be over here, encompassing this South America flow, leading right back into North America or Eden or, Kavera, Antioch, Cathay, all the above, China, all of the above, India Major, India Superior, all of the above is where Eden is, And this big old water way right here, this big old lake, kind of reminds us of that lake that Utah is said to be, covered in almost the ocean, a big lake that dried up around the 1200s during the beginning of the Anasazi migration, love to the Hakka. Very interesting, right? So Havilah, this Ganges or Pishon, the one that winds through the whole land of Havilah where the gold is, and that would make a lot of sense because, of course, you're in the South America. It's all about the cities of gold. Peru, Jerusalem, you got the whole drop popping off in South America. And the gold of that land is good. Bdellium and onyx stone, right? Then you got the second river, Gahan. Interesting. Interesting. And somewhere else they connected the Gahan with the Nile River. There we go. All right. Which just got me thinking about this drop with Prester John and how he was said to control the Nile River, which we got to definitely get back into and dig on, because, they said he can control the Nile. Well, the river is named after him, John, Chikahan, or King, right? Let's go. Third name of the river is HaDoda, that flows east of Ashur. Fourth river is the Parah. Josephus' interpretation is quoted here. Now the garden was watered and about the whole earth. It will sound like that Amazon flow, huh? And was parted into 4 parts. And the Fizan or Pisan, see different spellings, which denotes a multitude running into India. Which one? I mean, my nugget. We keep asking you, which India? Because we in India, superior. Which one? So the Fazan or the Pishan or the Ganges running into India makes its exit into the sea and is by the Greeks called Ganges. More validation that the Ganges is the Pazan or Fizan. And Gian runs through Egypt and denotes what arises from the east, which the Greeks call the Nile. But the Nile is also the Nahal, which means great river. So you're just talking about a great river. How does the San Benyan flow into all this? I mean, literally, how does it flow? So they want to talk Havela connected with present-day Pakistan. Not according to this cartographer. Not according to this cartographer. Havela is the entire South America, man. Yeah, buddy. It's all happening. It's all happening. Yeah. But when they talk ganja, they talk mama, right? They're talking about a mama. This kanka. And this kanka is connected to these lady dragons on the wall. And we got that. Out of a similar link, they took that one down. I actually photocopied it, so I'm a PDF it because it goes into kanka and the high Amazon queens. But we're just talking mamas, and this is an interesting link we started to dig on last time, and we'll make our dismount right here with the Queen Mother of Judah. Royal Amazon Queens, manai. We're talking Indian tribes, manai. Yeah, this India. I'm talking Cherokee. I'm talking Chickasaw, manai. We're talking Choctaw, manai. Right? So we're talking about Amazon, Amazon, where the Fizan, right? The Havela is flowing, right? Eden, remember the source of the Orinoco River is Mount Roraima. The source of the Amazon River is Mount Roraima. We're talking Tree of Life near Venezuela. It's all happening. Straight up. Yeah. So we got into this, they got different DNAs for different groups that they want to connect. I don't get too much into the DNA because they're only looking at mitochondria and they're just ignoring the seed. But that's what they're doing. We can at least get the babies out the bathwater, especially when they're just talking Chickasaw and Choctaw and Cherokee. Now they set this X mitochondria DNA, like X marks the spot, right? This clan, like Clan Ross, right, is the oldest Hebrew, not Jewish, because you don't have them at this time that they talking about, the BCs and stuff. We ain't got no Jewish people, my night. Jewish people ain't converted into 700 AD, my naga. So ain't no Jewish. That's a misnomer. We're talking the Hebrew clans. The Ibaru clans among the Indian tribes. What would the Hebrews be doing among the Cherokee? Or here we go again, the Car. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, boss. The Chinese were known as the Karas. Karake. They put an H in front. It's still Kar, Manag. Becoming the Karaki or the Cherokee, like the Chinese, but there ain't no hard K on that CH. It is Khan. This chin is Khan. And this series is Karis. Kara, right? So the same car we've been talking about is the Kares is, it's getting too good. Is the Kara E, which they say means we the people. Now we know which people, right? We're talking about the Chinese. We're talking about the Russians. We're talking about Jerusalem, Manag. We're talking Israel, Manag. Because it's all the same thing. Karaki. Let's talk about the mothers, man. The high Amazon queens. It would seem that a branch of royal Amazon queens of T2 by the country moved back to Europe. Well, we just been talking Europe the whole time. We've been talking Lady Andrews the whole time. Intermarried with the noble and royal houses, which is all the family already. The T mitochondrial DNA descends from Nahushta, the queen mother of Judah. Now let's dig on Nahushta because she's put out there. It's for us to make our conclusion. You know what I mean? Now whether she was a good queen or a bad queen, it don't take away the fact that she's a real Israelite queen from the house of Judah that we can now start putting an interesting date on. You know what I'm saying? And if we could put an interesting date on this, that means we could put an interesting date on what's happening, in the script around this king situation. But let's go. Maybe we're making a hard hit in chronology here. It was the Hebrew Cherokee clan that had the diverse maternal lineages, T, X, J, U, and I, right? The Hebrew Cherokees. What? The Hebrew Cherokees, or Karaki, which are the Russians. So when we talk these queen mothers of Judah, we're also talking the ladies of Rus. We're also talking the ladies of Khan or China, the Kar or the Karaki Cherokee. Yeah, they go into these haplogroups. Okay. I mean, and all this is verified in the genie.coms that we've been getting. All these chronologies like Princess Limbu of Rubati, Gotti, and Mani's. Yeah, I mean, interesting, right? Because look, man. There seems to be a female counterpart to all this stuff, right? Framer, shaper, flow. So the same way you got a Prester flow, you're gonna have a queen mother flow. You know what I'm saying? A female Prester flow. The same way you got a male David title, you're gonna have a female David title. Here, Princess Limbu of Rubadi Gadi Amani, or Reuben Gad and Manasseh. They're dating between 1200s and 1257. Right in the wheelhouse of the same 13th century, 12th century Genghis Khan situation, invasion, Prester John, Raja Raja Chola. Now, I'm just putting it together. We don't have all the facts here, but the way they put this together here, is very interesting. That's all I can really say about this Limbu, because she's the daughter of David the First, right? She's the daughter of David the First. I mean, I don't know. Look, it could be something, could be nothing. Daughter of David the First, right? David the First, or Dewey, is also Dodi. Just look at the titles so we can match them up. Now, as a king of Judah, you would be over, the northern and southern tribes, which would explain how you would be over Reuben, Gad, and Manasseh as a king of Judah. Now, this David is the husband of Hannah, Lady Hannah, another high Amazon queen, who is the mother also of Princess Dara, Hanan, king of Tahama, and Limbu, right? So Hannah is Limbu, or Labana's mama. If you click on this Limbu, it gives you some of the drop. That's what I mean. Like, when you change the titles, you start to connect all the drop. You know what I'm saying? Because Roger Raja, right? Prester John is also the husband of Lady Hannah, right? Now, we did get before that Lady Hannah might have had, either remarried, into another David situation, or David the First, Dodi, her daddy, David the First, is Raja Chola the Second, Jadaran, Emperor, Soli, Prester John, Pani. Not only do they have the same wife, Lady Hannah, but here it gives you more of the children. Father of Solomon the First. Here's Hanan again as more validation. You're talking about the same person. You got Hanan and David the Sixth, which might have been the David that Genghis Khan wrote up on. Okay. So you got Hanan and David and Solomon all under Lady Hannah and Prester John Raja Chola. Over here, you still got Lady Hannah, but instead of Solomon, David, and Hanan, there you have the Lady Dragons. You got Princess Dara, and you got Princess Labana, or Limbu, and you got Hanan again. So here's the correlating factor: is this Hanan, son of Prester John, who becomes king of Tahama. We got to dig on Tahama. All right, so is it a coincidence, or are these the same people? Prester John, which would also be David, has a son named David, calls him David the Sixth. This David the First only has Hanan, right? So you got Hanan here. As far as the males, you don't see Solomon and David. You see the Princess Labana and the Princess Dara. That's not listed. under the Raja Hiraja flow, but you do have Hanan. And both of them are the king of Tehama. Right? You got this Hanan here. I'm just matching it up, right? We're circling in on something. He's the king of Tehama. And then you got another Hanan, under this David, and the same lady Hannah, who's also the king of Tehama. Coincidence, my not? Now, of course, perhaps you're dealing with two different Davids, you know what I'm saying? A different David that perhaps Lady Hannah remarried or something like that. But, again, we don't have all the facts, but it appears, you know what I'm saying, that this Prester John, whose son is Solomon marries, he's the husband of Labana, Limbu, right? So Limbu and Labana are the same. She's married to Solomon, right? Wife of Solomon. That's all they tell you about her, right? But the other Limbu gives you a little more, right? This Limbu, that's why I'm saying you gotta, man, you gotta hit them from different directions to get the full drop over here. She's daughter of David, Dodi, right? Daughter of David. So this one doesn't say who she's married to, but it does say that she's the daughter of Hannah and David. So it almost looks like a brother and sister flow going on with this Solomon and Limbu or Labana, which they're not giving us a whole lot over here about. Wife of Solomon. But both of them, their mama, Solomon's mom is Lady Hannah, and Limbu's mom is Lady Hannah. And this Lady Hannah, they'll give different children, but the only one that is the same is Hannah, or Anan, or Anion, right? So Anion is very important. Anan, the Straits of Anan. Sometimes they put a C in front of it and they get Kana. And that's when we said choose your Canaan. Because there's another Canaan in town who's pure water. Hanan, Anan, Anion. Which in the Bible they changed to Arnon. So you will not get the drop. You know what I'm saying? Interesting, right? All right, so they're both Solomon and Labana or Lebnu are daughters and sons of Hannah and a David, whether it's the same David or not. And this David here is also titled Dewey or Dodi. Dewey or Dodi. And does he have a female counterpart? Remember, these Rodons connect to the Rodons. But does this David have a female counterpart? Oh, I said Dodi, right? Didn't we just say Dodi? Didn't we just say Dodi? Yeah. David the First, Dewey, Dodi. Right? Raiden or Rodon, the land of Rhodos right there in Arizona, my naga. This is the Forbidden Histories of America. You're talking about Toledo's kingdoms. Then it became Rhode Island over there. But the Rhodes or the Rodons, king of Rubadi, Gadi Amani, is known as Dewey or Dodi, and we got a Dodi sighting right here. And a David or a Davida. And instead of it being David the first, it's Dodi the first, Davida the first. And look where they date her. In the BCs or ADs. I mean, 52 to 92. That's around the time of their JC damn near, right? Uh-oh. So Davida the first, Dodi, lines directly up with David the first, Dewey Dodi, Managa of Rubadi, Gadi, and Mani. Same as this Davida. Because all of them are connected with this Rubadi, Gadis, and Manis. The queen was known as Davida. Bang. Bang. And we got earlier that the Cherokee people today descend from the Judeo, Rima, Amazon, elite, regal Negro, Judah, pomegranate, Amazon. Some of the pagan American Indians, and they put the Edomites because they're not Israel, right? So they would be pagan, they would be outside the house. These are the Gentiles. While other groups such as the Caddo, Choctaw, and Chickasaw were under the Queen's rule and authority. So they ain't talking Chickamauga, but these other tribes that many did not side with Tecumseh because they were not rocking with the real Kara. They were rocking outside of that. They're Indian tribes, yeah. They're American Indians, yeah. But they would be called the pagan American Indians outside of the house that has the code outside of Israel. And at this time, they're under the authority of the elite ruling group, which means that they were not the elite ruling group, Manak. They were not the Judeo, Ramah, Amazon elite ruling group. The elite Hebrew women ruled different tribes and areas of the Arkansas, Mississippi, right? We're talking Cherokee, right? And the queen was known as David Managa or Davida or Dodi or Doda. But so is David. I mean, this is the history they don't teach us. We got to get it like this with the fire crackling, man. We still got that fire burning, man. Okay. As long as we still got the fire burning and the water flowing. I'm serious, man. We need it. Because we know we in Havila and we know we in Eden before the flood, right? Antediluvian. Doda, Dodi. The term Ada Ge Yudi for beloved woman by the Cherokees today was originally the title of the queen and originally Gabera or Gabera or Gabera, Gabara, Gabera. HaDoda, Yudi or Judy or Jedi or Judah, the beloved queen mother of the Hebrews. Isha, HaDoda, Yudi. And this Gabera title pops up, a few other places too. You know what I mean? this Cabera title. We're just talking about the royal houses, man. The royal houses, the ladies on the wall. Ahab to the Aquas. She was the first Davidic Judeo-Roman Amazon warrior woman. WW3. Of the HaDoda Queendom in the area of pre-Columbian Arkansas, Mississippi. So wouldn't that make sense for the Mississippi River to be the Nile going north and south just like it? She was the daughter of Gilead ben Joseph, Fisher King of Avalon, which we've been connecting as Fisher King drops in the Quest of the Dragon and Bird Clan by Paul Kakai Manansala. And Avalon is Awa, the son of Saint Joseph of Arimathea, and his wife Nesia, Nair, Baat, Nathaniel, daughter of Nathaniel Bar Ptolemy, a prince of Kalelu. Saint Bartholomew and his wife, Princess Salome of Kalelus, Manaka, which we got last time and many times means promised land. We're talking Sylvanus to Texas. Genealogy never connect this. She married Solomon Sylvanus Ptolemy Tolteca, the king of Kalelus. Now look at these dates. Best dismount of all time. Born 50 AD, died 120. Sylvanus? They just had Sylvanus was wrote up on in the 700s in America. So did he have to drop on a fountain? Because he would have been 500, 600 years old too. The son of Simeon ben Nathaniel and his wife Lady Morag of the house of Hillel, daughter of Gamaliel. Then you got some more Dodis, some more Davids, some more Davidas. Huh? Ain't this a place in Mexico? Oaxaca. They say there's a lot of Nagas over there, you know what I mean? Corca. Uh-oh. Yeah, you see it connecting. Tawatha, the Danang connects to all this. Yeah. Queen Tamar, Lady Dragons. Dodi the Third married Solomon Sylvanus, the Judeo-Roman king of Kalelus, born 95. So, either you got the drop on the fountain, or you're talking about different Sylvanuses and Solomons under the same title as King of Kalelus. Because Kalelus plays heavy, and the connection with these Amazon queens play heavy with the kings of Kalelus. So when you dig on the Queen Sheba, King Solomon flow, you start to clearly see that this is a framer shaper connection, when they come together as one drop. They come together as priests, kings, and queens to rule an empire. Because they need each other. Because they need the seed. And they need, that soil, man. That beautiful mama, that earth. The royal earth. The high Amazon queens. Now getting it back here. Because we popping off, but we just talking about these royal noble houses and, this Nahushta, mother of Judah. I mean, it gets no realer than this. What's the connection with this Nahushta, Queen Mother of Judah? What's the connection with the Rodon? The Rodon. I'm talking Kalelus. And Kalelus means what? Go get that book from Cyclone Covey, Kalelus, as well as this one here by annual low. Forbidden histories of the Americas. Kalelus means what? Kalelus meaning promised land, and in one sense, or Kalis, which is the land of America. So the promised land is America. Now, also Venus, which is Solomon the Builder. He's ruling the American Empire of Kalelus. So in the Doom Diverse is Papal Bull, talking about subjugate these Saracens, take their kingdoms, their empire, all that stuff. They're talking about you, Managa. You got an empire. You got Kalelus. You got the promised land. You got the promised land, Managa. Because Kalelus, and we're talking about this king of Kalelus popping off with these high Amazon queens. We're talking Kalelus, which means we must be talking promised lands. And what's this Sylvanus Solomon Toteka, king of Kalelus, about? And why do we got the same thing here? 775 AD, Nehemiah, Theodore. Whoa, hold up right quick. Oh yeah. Okay. I'm gonna hold up. I'm just popping off. Sylvanus Tolteca, right? King of Kalelus. Follow me for the dismount, my naga. Let's go. These are Davidic princes and princesses, right? Davidas. So they've hid our queens, but they hid mama in the script, right? Just like they call her wisdom and don't say that that's your mama, your breath. She tells you, you find me, you find life. Solomon says the same thing. We're just talking Solomon, which means we're talking Sylvanus, which is the same name as Shaloma or Salama or Shalom or Shalom. Is Sylvanus Toltecs, right? That's where you're getting Texas from, Toltexas. The hereditary ruler by birth, former Hebrew ruled Rimmon, right? Pomegranate colony. Kalelus was founded in the 1st century BC by the Babylonian exile, right? Leader of the Hebrews known as Sylvanus Ogan. We got to dig on the Ogan script. Sylvanus Brabo. So Solomon II, Babylonian exarch, Nasi of Mar, ruler of Sumer. That's why I said they're copying you. They put in parentheses Somerset in Britain, or are we talking Sumeria? Did they get all that antiquity from us and create a Sumerian antiquity, Manai? But the rulers of Sumeria are still the Hebrew priest kings, a great Rimmon, Hebrew ruler, soldier, and ancestor of the Swan Knights. Told you we'd get back to the Swan Knights because he's coming up in Quest of the Dragon and Bird clan, these Swan Knights. It's written about in the Parsifal legends, tutorial legends by Wolfgang or Wolfgang Etchenbach. Then you got Barber, which means swan. Remember that? Remember, man? Swan. Hebrew word of the day. Say, how many Hebrew words of the day? Hey, man, just pay attention. Hebrew word of the day, man. Swan. Hebrew. Swan. Hebrew. Swan. Barber. So when they talk Barbary, they are initially and originally referring to the swan. And you will have to do your recon to connect that the swan connects directly with Kalelus, connects directly with the priesthood, under Sylvanus or Soliman. The swan boats, like gliding white swans. That's how his fleet was looking. You know, Solomon had that fleet of ships, right? The Barber got the ships, right? Got the swans. Wow. Let's go. The Barber got the swans. Soliman got the swans. Tolteca, king of Kalalus, got the swans. Swan Knights, Barber, Hakatzin are the Barber, the Swan Knights, which become the Templar. He also had a fleet of trading vessels known as the Ships of Soliman, or the Swan Boats. The ships are shaped like a swan, with its sails like the wings of a beautiful gliding white swan. Hebrew word of the day for the dismount. Khan. After the defeat of Sylvanus or Soliman, the members of the royal family were sent back to Europe, right? Because it's all happening already in Europe. We keep getting that. The Russians, the Rus, all this is happening, and we're just talking Nehemiah, who's also known as Theodore Rus. They call him Theodore Reek or Theodore Rus. Theodore Rus, right? So the Rus is still in play. So this is a family war happening. These Todros, Rus, Ross, it's a family war. This Makir. Makir is the mark, Manage. Ameri is America, Manage. But they don't talk about that as an origin of America. We're talking Kalalus, 775 AD. And Kalalus means promised land, land of America. What they say about that Rhoda? What they say about that Rhoda for the dismount? Yeah, this is Rhoda's where you're getting Rodriguez from, or Rodrigo. It's all Rhoda. Check it. It's like I said, it's a family war. So the same Makir, right, that's popping off, whose father is also Makir, Theodoric or Theodore Rus, are warrior Davidic princes. It's the same Makir that they're calling. It says Israel the Third went south to the Toltec lands of Mexico. Israel, Mexico. And his grandson, Makir, who is Americ, right? Who is Mixcoatl, Managa. So the same family of Makirs under this Nehemiah, who is Makir, because they say he is Theodorus, none other than the Hebrew king of Septimania, Septim, 7 cities, Rimmon, Hebrew state of the Franks. Remember, the Franks and the Rus are part and parcel in creating the Templar, or the Knights, like the Swan Knights. He is the son of the first Hebrew king of Septimania, also called Theodoric, Thierry, Ameri, de Narbonne, Makir, or Amor Ben Amor, or Nehemiah, right? All are the same. So this Nehemiah is Ameri, is also Amor Ben Amor, is also Makir. Now he's coming up because, you know, they have a family claim. They got a family beef. Just like the script, after the kingdom of Solomon, after Solomon's death, the kingdom is divided. Even David's kingdom was divided. You know, with the whole fight with Absalom and the whole situation going on. So now it says, what about Rhoda? So we got Swan Knights. We got Swan Knights, or barbars, ships of Solomon, swan boats. Now, this royal family was not destroyed, but they were protected under these Rus in Europe, or Russia, under the protection, right? They were being protected because it's all still family. Nehemiah, Theodore Rus, and his family. Oh, yeah, let's get it from here. All right. Yeah, man. The legend of Ogier the Dane. So they just had mentioned that again, too. Son of Godfrey, Kadra, Dun de Maïns, refer to Tuatha, de Danann. We just got that from the High Amazon Queens, all connected, right? So whatever they're connected with as a king, we see the same thing happening with the High Amazon Queens, or Dunan, or Mananan, or the Maine of America. Not the Maine that you know on the East Coast. The first Mananan is right there by Arizona. The Irish region or legend of Regamon also allude to this family. And why does Daniel O stop here when there's another sentence after this? Why do you do it, Daniel O? Why do you stop here when there's another sentence after this? Why do you do it, Daniel O? Man, remember this link right here, Conspiracy Cafe? Let's see if they give us the missing sentence that was taken out of the book Forbidden Histories of America. And we're just talking Nahushta. Look at that belly fly workout. We're just talking Nahushta. So we're talking this Nahushta Queen Mother, right? And last time we got on this Nahushtan, this dragon, this copper dragon, popping back to this Makir situation, back to this Ameri situation, son of Judah, right? We're talking David's. And here it says the Irish legend of Regamon also allude to this family. The Jews of this ancient Roman, Romani Hebrew kingdom of Rhoda were also called the Rodons or the Rodon Knights. Look how they changed it to R-A-D, which reminds you of what, my nugget? Bang, ping, pow, for the seventh body bag of the night. David, Dewey, Doty, Rodon connects directly with the Rodon Knights. Bang. That's where the road is coming from in Rhode Island, but it's originally right there in Four Corners, man. All right, so this is the ancient Rhoda connects to an ancient Hebrew kingdom of Rhoda or Rada, like the Raidens, right? Like Mortal Kombat Raiden, right? Okay. However, they did not give us the missing third line. So, I'm going to have to get another Kalelus link because all we got is receipts around here. Drop Nation. You know how we do. For the dismount. Watch how we dismount into Queen Nahushta. Right? So, Makir Tedros Ben Judah, Zakai, Theodoric, same person. That's all we talking about. They're going to give you the same exact paragraph as we just got. But they're going to give us the missing line. So back in Forbidden Histories of America, we get that Tuatha de Danann or Dunan, who are also known as Mananan, Maine of America. The Irish legend of Regamon also allude to this family. Here we get the missing line. Tuatha of Danann or Dunan, who are also known as Mananan or Maine of America, where the giant ogre heads of the Olmec are found. Yeah. The Irish legend Regamon also allude to this family, so they took out the middle line here. You don't see it, right? After Main of America, you don't see nothing about the Olmec head. You just get to the Irish legend. Here they have where the Olmec heads of the Olmec are found. Then they get to the Irish legend. And why the Olmec so important? Because the Olmec are the Shia, the Tangul of Kalalus, or China, or Cathay. And they didn't want you to get a face. No. That's why they're taking all our photos down, right? All our images. The Olmec are the Shi that Genghis is rolling up against, that Prester's fighting on behalf of the Shi, the Kara, the Katai, or Cathay, where China really is. Because we just talking Kateo, India Superior, Tangu, Shishir, Mangi, Florida, Mexico, China. So why'd they take out this line? They go Main of America, the Irish legend. Here we get Main of America, but the Irish legend picks up after they talk about the giant ogre heads of the Olmec. The giant Olmec heads, my naga. They call them ogres. Just like Shrek, right? So this is Shrek making fun of the indigenous Shishi. They still poking fun at the kingdom of Kalalus that was raided. That was raided with a full-scale invasion by Genghis Khan. Full-scale invasion, man. Full-scale invasion. Where the giant ogre heads of the Olmec, of the Shi, of the Tangu. Oh, that's because we're talking about, man, the Swan Knights. We're talking about the Rodons, right? The Rodon Knights, the Rodons. We're talking about the Presters, the Davids, and of course, my Amazon queens. We talking about the Davidas, the Dodis, the first, Davidas, the first. She married Solomon Sylvanus Tolteca, right? Toltexas, king of Kalalus. So she's the Davida, and he's the David. I told you all this is a title, just like Solomon is a title. Davida. All on her face bone. And who is Nahushta, the queen mother of Judah? Right? Because we know Nahushta, you know? So we just digging on it. They say it's a brass. We had to go a little deeper with that brass into the lexicon of Nakosh, to get the copper. So every time they're talking brass, they mean copper. And the brown driver Briggs, we just talking copper. Yeah. So get the brazen and brass out of here. We talking copper. And get the serpent out of here, because we're just talking dragon. Because the Nakash means serpent. Oh, well, the beginning of it, they say, but they call it a Hebrew pun, like a joke. That, yeah, the beginning would mean something like a serpent, but just so you get clarity, the THN means dragon. So what, you have a serpent dragon? Oh, well, that's the pun, right? That's the Hebrew pun. You just got the dragon. Then they go into Numbers 21, getting bit by this brazen serpent, which is a copper dragon. It gave the Hebrews life. Whoever it bit, it gave them life. for the dismount. Told y'all. Best dismount of all time. Let's go. Numbers 21. Oh, yeah. Remember this? So let's get some true interpretation, some true dragonfly perspective about this copper dragon. Dragonfly. Hey, turn the fireplace up, man. It's gonna get hot. We got dragonfly. Let's get it from right here. So they popping off of Moshe. They journey from Mount Hor by the way to the Red Sea to compass the land of Edom. And the soul of the people became impatient because of the way. And the people spoke against Hawa and against Moshe. Uh-oh. Why you brought us out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? There's no bread, there's no water. Our soul loathes this light bread. We don't got nothing. You brought us out to kill us. They're talking to the Creator, man. Sound like they need to put some respect on Hawa's name. They speaking in vanity. And what happened? And Hawa sent fiery serpents among the people. Right here's when you got to check yourself. Right here's when you got to check yourself to get the dragonfly perspective. Did Hawa send fiery snakes or fiery dragons? Snakes on fire. What's more realistic? What's more believable? Dragons spitting fire or snakes on fire? I've never seen a fire-breathing snake, and I've never seen a snake on fire falling from the sky. But everywhere in mythology and in all cultures, you have fire-breathing dragons. I mean, Managa. We even have a fire-breathing dragon on this Kapangu float. Right above Kapangu. This is a fire dragon. So, are they making it up? Making up all this? Or is this existing, right? And it's a big old dragon in the land of known, which they called Kalelus, the land unknown, right? Let's go. Fire dragon or fiery serpent snake on fire. So Hawa can curse you with his dragons or bless you or Baruch. You know what I'm saying? So because they were speaking against Hawa, Hawa sent fiery dragons on the people. And they bit the people. Etymology for the dismount. We're just talking Nahushta, but first we got to get this Nahushta flow so when we get back into the queen, it's not so one-sided. You know, you have a dragonfly perspective around this Nahushta situation and dragon situation because the dragons are popping off where? Isaiah 6. You got the seraphim, you got the burning ones, literally the burning ones. Fiery serpents. Oh, it's interpreted as fiery flying serpent. Body bag. I lost track of the body bags, but I'm sure we weigh up. You know, I'm sure we weigh up. So the flying fiery serpents are also connected with the burning ones in Isaiah 6 that are singing holy, holy in the throne room of the Creator. They are the seraph. They are 6-winged dragons in Isaiah 6. They got 6 wings. They're traditionally regarded as burning or flaming angels, right? The flaming sword. Dragons, man. Dragons, man. They just interpreted all these ways, like they interpreted these fiery burning ones as fiery flying serpents, right? But we got the alchemical flow. Alchemical dragon and alchemical serpent are not the same thing. Complete opposites. Go get the drop. So the serpent can't be the dragon. So whatever's being sent on these people has dragon fire. And we were just talking about the biting of things, right? So when they say they got bit by the snake, code word, code word. There ain't no snake. But this biting, you know, as they translate into bite, it's more than just, taking a nibble at you, man. You're talking about, something piercing you. Penetrate. Were they being penetrated by the fire of these firing, flying dragons? Were they being pierced? Were they being cut down by the fire? Let's check it out in 1828. Let's get it again. I mean, the biting, all we saying is not one thing of, oh, someone literally bit me. The biting is also referring to a piercing, a penetrating situation, and also a stinging situation, a wounding situation. So if you get wounded, you're being bitten. Managi. Yeah. To make, too smart. Smart. Okay. To injure by angry contention. Look at this. Another link said something about stinging, which really brought us right there with that fire. So to be bitten is not just you got teeth on you; you got injured by angry contention. That's the best one. That's referring to this biting, right here in numbers, because they bit the people. They got injured with angry contention. Ooh, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Yeah, buddy. So Hawaii sent poisonous snakes to bite the people and poison them, or fiery flying, right? Because they said flying. Dragons among the people. Many Israelites were bitten. To strike with a sting, to oppress with usury. It's all biting. Strong's Concordance 5391. So if you got stung and you were bitten, I'm not out of context because I'm taking it right out of the lexicon, right from the exact script, my naga, Numbers 20. They say sting. We also got being injured by an angry contention. Let's put it all together. You got pierced, you got cut, you got wounded, you got injured by an angry contention. Look like it's all happening. You got stung to strike with a sting. Got it? You got to dig deeper, man, if you want to get the dragonfly perspective. So they got stung with fire from these fiery dragons. They say bronze serpent. We already broke that down to copper. All the bronze and brasses go right back to the copper. So why Hawa sent fiery serpents or fiery dragons? They stung the people. Much people died. And the people came to Moshe and said, we have sinned because we have spoken against Hawa and again against you. Pray to Hawa, take away these dragons from us. And Moses prayed for the people. And Hawa said unto Moses, make you a fiery dragon and set it upon a pole. This wasn't some idol. They ended up making it an idol after the event. But this initially was a copper dragon set up on what they're calling a pole. And whoever passed by this dragon, everyone that is stung when he sees it shall live or penetrate it with what? That pure water fire, that pure fire. We got the fire burning, right? Okay, still got the fire burning. Allow why? Because it's very important. But here we're talking about that pure fire. Whoever sees it shall live. And Moses made a serpent of brass, right? Let's get back in this lexicon, man. We're talking Nahushta for the dismount. Moses made a bronze snake, they say. Got you. What word do they use just for fun? Strong's 5175 when they talk serpent? We done dug on the tans and tannins, right? Oh, boy. Where are they hiding the dragon? Oh, they're back to the Nakash. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, boss. Because this Nakash is copper. Brown Driver Briggs, copper. They say bronze. Why are they hiding the copper? Wasn't no bronze and brass around at that time. It was copper. So the term Nakash literally means copper. Melanated, copper colored Naga. Yeah, that's why we get this coordinates, right? That's why we get on this coordinates. So when they talk serpent, they're talking Nakash. Copper. And everyone's translating it as serpent now, right? No one would dare put dragon instead of serpent. So you got a snake on fire or you got a fire breathing dragon. A snake biting you or an Akash, a copper dragon giving you life to get that hijack up off you. So Moses made a copper dragon. Look at that. So for bronze, they put it right in your face. Copper. Right. We're not talking bronze, we're talking copper. Let's go. Let's get it, man. Let's get it, man. It's Prester John 81. Best dismount ever. My nugget because of you. You know what I'm saying? Because of you. Whoever saw that copper dragon shall live. Moses made this copper dragon, set it on a pole. Whoever passed by the serpent had stung any man. When he looked into the copper dragon, he lived. And the children of Israel journeyed, pitched in Oboth, and they journeyed from Oboth and pitched in Ilje Abarim in the wilderness, which is in front of Moab. Here we go, because they always close, you know. They always close. The more is always close. From thence they journeyed, pitched in the valley of Zered. From then they journeyed and pitched on the other side of the Arnon. Say it with me, man. Antioch. So my wave surfers already know. I'm not even going to go into it. But the Arnon is the Antioch. They just added the R. And when you start searching for Antioch in books on Antioch, they changed it to R9, my nigga. I don't know if we can just catch them slipping right quick. But some people, you know, some of my niggas need to know. So Antioch or Antioch was changed to R9. Right in your face. This is what we dropped in Prester John 41, that the anion equals R9. Because some algorithm, some super algorithm happens. And anytime you're searching for R9, they switch it all, or anion, they switch it all to R9. So you're not finding the anion, you just see the R9. But the R9 is a very important river to the Moor because it contains a boundary. Yeah, they took the anion out the script and they switched all the anions to R9. So go get that drop. 41. We making a dismount, man, in real time. So this has everything to do with anion, which is in the wilderness that comes out of the border for the Amorites. Like I said, it's very important. That's border. Anion, the kingdom. Arnon is the border of Moab, or Anion is the border of Moab, between Moab and the Amorites. Anion, Arnon, right? Anion is Arnon. Anion is right in your face bone in India Superior. Ooh, they taking down links. Uh-oh. I hope we got it already. My knockers, I hope we got the drop already. Because they're taking down the links. They're attacking the links, man. But we got this one last time. It should still be up. That's why I don't like dropping too many links on these presses. But I do it because it makes it convenient. But a lot of times, man, I'll put them in the drop chat. Or, you know, save them for the packs, man. Look out for Prester Pack 2. For real, for real. What do you see? Or what do you see? Anion. Anion. It's changed to Arnon. But we're talking on the borders of Moab. Ammon. And then you got the Quivera, which is the Keber, Heber, or Iberu. Eber, Keber, Kibera. Q, K, all the same. Anion. Anion Kingdom, man. Anan Ben David Kingdom, man. All in your face ball. So We see what's happening in Numbers with the copper dragon. That gives you what? It breathes on you and gives you life. It ain't no negative serpent, devil, dragon. I didn't say create some demon, but now dragons are demonized as serpents are, right? Serpent in the garden, even that serpent was cursed to be on its belly, which means it was doing something before it was slithering around on its belly. That serpent was not a snake, it was a fiery flying dragon that lost his wings. Now you got a dino. Now you got a dino. We're just talking Nahushta, right? So that would be what they're calling the Nahushtan, the serpent, brazen serpent on the pole, but it's really a copper dragon and it's really a copper queen. Just like we were talking RUSADANs, the Bracatonis. She's the daughter of David Soslan and Queen Tamar. David Soslan is the son of Raja Chola, right? Prester John. Their daughter is Lady RUSADAN. Oh, we just talking that Anrus. And Queen Tamar. And they popped off a whole flow that we got, man. So you see what's happening. We're just talking queens. And lastly, I'll leave you with this link. I'll get a piece of it. And we're going to pick it up right here for Prester John, installment number 82, my nugget. Allahu Wa. And Tawada to you. Because it takes a long time to surf the wave. What a knock. I mean, we're almost at the 4-hour mark. So we're going to make like a 4-minute dismount on this. And I actually tried to make like an hour long, hour and a half Prester John, but it's hard, man. You know, I could slice this up and dice it and put little clips up and try to monetize all these clips and try to really, nah. Our Prester's got no commercials, no advertisements. I don't get no monetizations off of our full Prester John drops. Eventually, when I get to it, I'll start making smaller clips of what we already dropped, but I'll never just drop you little clips like teasers and say, hey, if you sign up for this, you can get the full video. Never, man. We drop it. We don't monetize it. We do it for a while. And that's why we appreciate the support we get, because we don't get it, like this, man. We drop that pure water. We let you surf the wave with no ads and nothing, no monetization. It's 4 hours long already, and my naga made it to this point. You the real ones, my naga, for real. You the real ones, man. So, when you start seeing the smaller clips, we'll start doing that just to support the channel, support the flow, support the tribe, raise money for what we got to do. But for the full drops, you'll never see them monetized, man. We decided to do the radio shows. So if it's coming off of 432 to drop radio, we'll monetize that to raise money for the tribe and for Joy World and Ahab, to all my Naga supporting Joy World, supporting our fence. And that's all we're doing it for, But when it comes to the full drops, nah, you surf the wave, And I know on YouTube that's real rare to surf the wave without advertisements. So all praise to Allah that we're able to do this because of our Dragon sponsors at the wall at 432thedrop.com. Become a Dragon sponsor and, support the tribe. Ahab to you. Nahushta, right? So we talked about the Nahushta. It's Nahushta, right? You put an N on it, you got Nahushta. We take off the N, you got Nahushta, right? But we're talking a dragon. And we're talking a copper brown driver Briggs, copper dragon. And what has this got to do with the Queen Mama? And why was she venerated? Just like Sheba. Nahushta first appears in 2 Kings 24, verse 8, in the regnal formula of her son Jehoiakim. It identifies her as the daughter of El Nathan of Jerusalem. So 2 Kings 24 got the drop for the dismount. 2 Kings 24. We're just talking Nahushta. Ahab to my noggins, man. Because the tribe is gathering and the seed is gathering, and that's what a Naga is all about. Verse 8, Jehoiakim was 18 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned in Jerusalem 3 months, and his mother's name was Nahushta. This is a queen mama, Managa, right? But we always come back to the script. This the queen mother of Judah. We're just talking the Hebrew Cherokee clan that that everything happening in the Bible is happening right here at home. These Cherokee, these Hebrew clans of Kara Ka. Kara Ka is the Kara Key. The key is the Chi is the China, is the She. She. Nehushta's the queen mama of Judah, right? Now, good or bad, hey, the jury's out. The daughter of El Nathan of Jerusalem, and he did that which was evil in the sight of Hawa. So, who did evil? Jehoiakim, right? Chin like China, chin like China, right? Right in your face. And so he wasn't in code. He wasn't in code. And at that time, the servants of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came to Jerusalem, and the city was besieged. So this is why we got rolled up on. But you're seeing the story being told inside the Bible and outside the Bible. Inside the flow, but you're getting the pieces, even the DNA flow, that's to be trusted with these Aborigines or these Cherokee of Judah. I'm just talking Nahushta or Copper Dragon. Now, is she the Copper Dragon that Moses used to heal the tribe? Or we're just talking about a similar name? But Jehoiakim, it identifies her as the daughter of El Nathan. Immediately after the introduction of Jehoiakim and Nahushta, the narrator imparts judgment upon the king, saying he did evil in the sight of Hawa, even though he is king for only 3 months. The judgment is negative. During his reign, Nebuchadnezzar arrives at Jerusalem while his army is in the midst of a siege. Jehoiakim surrenders to him. Since we know that Genghis Khan rode up on the Shishi, this is why we connect this Nebuchadnezzar, which means what? Nebo, defend my boundaries. We got that in an earlier Prester. So this Nebu means Nebo, defend my boundaries. Nebo, defend my boundaries. It sounds like something Genghis Khan would be doing, right? Because he's rocking with this. Remember, the Mount Nebo's in Moab, right? Mount Nebo's in Moab, Khan. Moab, Utah. Mount Nebo is where Moshe dies, or his life force never is taken, according to Deuteronomy 34. His body is left unabated, right? He's unabated. It's never taken from him, but he makes his last, step right there. Is Nebuchadnezzar Genghis Khan? We've been talking about this. He's making a siege. He's arriving. He's invading, right? Invading at Jerusalem. His army's in the midst of a siege. Jehoiakim surrenders to him, surrenders his mama, his servants, his officials, and his eunuchs. Let's get back in 2 Kings. And Jehoiakim, the king of Judah, went out to the king of Babylon, he and his mother and his servants and his princes. So Nehushta is right there. She's going into Babylonian captivity, or under Genghis Khan, king of Babylon, took him in the 8th year of his reign. And he carried out thence all the treasures of the house of Hawa. Genghis Khan took all the drops. Sounds like the doomed diverses. Subjugate these Saracens, take the movable and immovable goods, take their kingdoms. For your successors, your descendants, they took everything. They took the treasures of the king's house. They cut in pieces all the vassals of gold, which Solomon, king of Israel, had made. We talked about Nebuchadnezzar being the son of, Queen Lilith. You know, they say Solomon and Lilith had a child, and he's Nebuchadnezzar. Is that also Genghis Khan? Is that why he got all this drop? Is he the son of Lilith, my nigga? First woman of creation. Oh boy, you talking the fountain, right? If the Prester's immortal, come on. Come on. And he carried away Jehoiakim to Babylon, and the king's mother and the king's wives, officers, chief men of the land he carried into captivity from Jerusalem to Babylon. And where would that be today? Russia? Or back then, Russia? Would Russia be the Babylon? That part of Asia over there? I mean, what? Questions that are talked about in this flamenco recon. This Russian horde and the Mongols are the same. The chronology of this expansion corresponds to the chronological reconstruction promoted by the new chronology. King David of Israel is Prester John of the Indies, descendants of the Magi from the east. So the king's mother called Nahushta copper, right? Copper. Yep. Dragon. The numerical value of Meshach and Nakash are identical in gematria, the Hebrew gematria. So the Mashiach and the dragon are identical. So they tried to do a phantom Christ, but in reality, you're just talking the dragon, you're talking the Prester, you're talking the Mashiach, you're talking the dragon, you're talking the Prester, you're talking the Mashiach. Because even in 1828, Copper Color Khan, Copper, Nahushta, they would call a dragon, right? Winged serpent, okay. Shooting fiery meteor, and they would call the Prester meteor. If a dragon's a meteor and the Prester's a meteor, then the Prester is the dragon. Copper Khan, Mashiach, and dragon are identical. Dragon, we just talking to Nahushta, who they call the Queen Mama, right, of Judah. Let's get it. Nebuchadnezzar carries off all the treasures of the temple and the place and the palace, as well as the officials, army, artisans, 10,000 captives, all from Jerusalem. 2 Kings 24:15 includes an additional list of those carried away into captivity. Jehoiakim, his mother, his wives, his eunuchs, and leaders of the land. Nahushta, the queen mother, then disappears from 2 King narrative. So they don't really go into Maybe. Okay. So this is the best dismount of all time. At least not in Second Kings. If she's good or bad, they just say that Jehoiakim was evil in the eyes of God, right? He was only 18 years old. So the Queen Mama had taken over, before he turned 18. He only ruled for like 3 months, they said. Who is Nehushta, the mother of Jehoiakim? The Hebrew Bible does not mention Nehushta again by name anywhere else, but Second Kings does not mark the end of her presence in Scripture. Jeremiah 29:2 mentions that the Queen Mother is also one of those taken away from Jerusalem, and Jeremiah 13:18 orders the prophet to say to the king and the Geberah, presumably Nehushta, to take a lowly seat because their beautiful crowns have come down from their heads. So now they have to presume, right? She's not mentioned by name other than Second Kings. So we can't really give a conclusive of if she was an evil Queen Mama. We know that it's said that Jehoiakim or Jehoiachin, China, was evil or wasn't in code. Notice they say the king and the Geber. I told you this was gonna come back up, right? Because what are these queens called? Oh yeah, let's see where they mention this name. The term Yudi for beloved woman by the Cherokees. She's a Yudi. She's a Judy, right? Judah. Originally a title of the queen, and originally was a Gabera, HaDoda, Yudi, queen mother of the Jews or Judah. That's all we talking about when we talk Davida is Judah. So all we talking about when we talk Davida is Kalelus, Amazon, Judeo, right? And it's saying that even though it's called the Ada Yehudi, the original title of this Queen Mama is the Gabera, HaDoda Yudi. The Gabera, mentioned right here with the B instead of a V, is the Gebera. So Jeremiah 13:18 orders the prophet to say to the king and the Gabera, who's the queen, presumably Nehushta. So we got to presume, but it could be the case that she takes a lower seat because their beautiful crowns have come down from their heads. Jeremiah 22:24-27. Judgment is passed upon Kania, an alternative name for Jehoiakim. He's also the Khan, right? Right in your face, man. We dissecting the script and we are bringing it home with the Queen Mamas. Queen Mama, the Khania, who got the Khan, an alternative name or title for Jehoiakim, as Hawa describes their exile to Babylon. So when we talk these exilarchs like these RUSADANs, these David Saucelins, yeah, Jadaron, he's the son of Jadaron, king of the islands. This is the same Jadaron. Man, we're talking the exilarchs, right? This the same Jadaron. But now he's called of the islands. So that gives us another area to play in our investigation about the king of the islands, Alania, husband of Princess Rusadan of Georgia, which must be Lady Hannah, because this Jadaron for the dismount, my nigga. Let's get it right here. Jadaron. Solomon's dad is Raja Chola. David Soslan, Babylonian Exilar. We're talking exile. We're talking Babylon, right? She's carried away to Babylon. Nahushta. They carried to Babylon. These are the Exilars. Son of Raja Chola II. Come on. Jadaron, right? Jadaron. They put a D right here. Jadaron. King of Balance. King of the Islands. So this is the same Jadaron whose wife is Lady Hannah. But instead of Lady Hannah here, they call her Princess Rusmana, which would still be Lady Hannah or Anna, right? Or Kana. All titles. All titles. Husband of RUSADAN. And he's also the father of David Soslan, just like the other Jadaron. RUSADAN, daughter of David the Fourth, right? These are more Davids. Even before the Davids we're digging on, there's more Davids. King of Georgia. RUSADAN, right? So they say that Genghis also translates to George. And this is why he took the title Genghis, is he's taking the George title. He's taking the Rus title. He's taking the Khan title. Taking the Prester title. Taking the David title. Genghis is jacking everything. And so is his descendants. Papu. Straight up Pabu. And she's the mother of David Soslan, same as the other. And Atan, king of the islands. It goes to her sisters. Right? And you have another Princess Tamar, daughter of David the Fourth, Bragantoni. I mean, all this is popping off. Again, mother of David Soslan, king consort of Georgia. And if he's the king consort of Georgia, that means he's consorting or ruling with a queen. Son of Jadaron, David Soslan. Son of Jadaron is David Soslan. So Lady Hannah is Lady RUSADAN, OG RUSADAN, and these are Davidas, right, in our face. And we're talking the exile. So we're talking exilarchs and the Hebrew rulers during this Babylon captivity for the dismount. They're exiled to Babylon, right? So this is why we're popping off with all this Babylon flow, Exilarch flow, Raja Prester flow, and Lady Hannah RUSADAN flow. In this case, this Gabera, how you say it? Gabera, title of the queen, is connecting directly with this Nahushta. Hawa describes their exile to Babylon as hurling the king and his mother who gave birth to him. Once again, presumably Nahushta, into another country where they would die. They will not return to the land even though they long to return. Because we have no evidence to testify otherwise, Nahushta is Jehoiakim's biological mother, especially when Jeremiah 22:26 speaks of the mother who bore him. If the mother who bore him is different from his mother listed in the regnal or the, Rex, Regna or Anion Regnum, all this is kingdom formula, and the 2 Kings account. And from the Gebera with him in Jeremiah 13, logic dictates that the narrator would identify these different women in some manner to their identities. As such, this woman receives great attention as this king's mother. And we'll pick it up right here in 82. The text only shows other characters acting upon or for Nahushta, Copper Dragon, and attributes no off-screen actions to her. Her roles, therefore, are difficult to determine from these verses alone, and the reader must infer the nature of her functions. Her appearance with the king while wearing a crown of her own indicates her status of importance in the royal court, possibly as a regent for the young king. Her location in the list in which she occurs suggests a position of prominence. Also, her power was sufficient enough to warrant her exile by Nebuchadnezzar. He said, nah, you can't be in captivity over here. You got to go back to Russia, back to the roots. You got to go somewhere outside of this because you got too much power in this exile. But we're just talking exile arcs. And we'll pick it up, man, in our 82nd installment of the investigation of Prester John. The Anruses, the kings and the queens of Jerusalem, the Swan Knights, and the Gabaras, the Queen Mamas, the Anrus, which is all the same as the Mongol, which is all the same as the Chinese, Japan, Kapangu, Kalelus, Cherokee, all happening right in our face bone. Ahab to our mamas, Ahab to the lady dragons on the wall, and my Naga, Ahab to you for surfing the wave with a Naga all these years. I do it for you because we are the function, and we're in a race to wake up. We're in a race to awaken, or to activate. Before they activate in their fullness, we have to activate. We have to remember who we are. And the picture is worth 1,000 words. Ahab to the tribe. Ahab to the function. Stay up. Suit up. Choose up.